Rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, please call the case.
Morning, Your Honors. This is file case CBC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selimi, and Jakub Krasniqi.
Thank you. The record will reflect that all of the accused are present in court. You were going to check on the background information of a proposed exhibit, MFI 1D00246. Was there any information?
It was obtained via open source, Your Honor.
So we don't know where it came from, or?
I don't have the exact URL to hand, but obtained from the internet.
Okay, well. So as to 1D00246, the panel finds that due to lack of information on its origin, as the witness was not able to comment on its content, that the prima facie authenticity and reliability of the document is not established at this time. Therefore, the panel denies admission of 1D00246 MFI without prejudice. This concludes the panel first order. Yesterday, W4290's testimony, the panel marked for identification MFI P02034. Having considered the parties' submissions, the panel considers that MFI P02034 does not meet the prima facie requirements of Rule 138, as W04290 does not know who authored the document and was not able to comment on the specific meeting mentioned in the document. Therefore, the panel denies the admission of MFI P02034 without prejudice. This concludes the panel's oral order. We will now continue hearing the evidence of prosecution. Witness W04290. Madam Court Officer, please bring the witness in. I note for the record that that duty counsel, Mr. Cicchini, is present in the courtroom with the witness. Good morning, witness.
Good morning, yes.
Good morning.
Testimony. I remind you to please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them that you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please remember to try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of the facts and circumstances upon which you will be questioned. I remind you that you are still under an obligation to tell the truth as stated by you in your solemn declaration. I also remind you that the assurances provided to you yesterday by the panel, namely that any response provided to relevant questions will not be used either directly or indirectly against you in any subsequent prosecution before the specialist chambers, except under Article 15, Paragraph 2 of the law and Rule 65, are still applicable, and that refusal to give testimony may be sanctioned with the imposition of a fine. Please also remember to speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. And finally, if you feel the need to take a break, please let us know, and we will accommodate you. We continue with the prosecution's questions. Please, Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. And good morning, witness.
Good morning, yes.
Good morning.
The topic of the military police that we finished on yesterday. You were saying yesterday that Sahit Yashari was stationed at Lekots and that the military police unit was there. And this is, for the record, real-time transcript, page 82. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, that's correct.
Were there interrogations of arrested persons at Lekots?
There were no arrested persons, in my opinion. There were perhaps people questioned or interrogated or something of that sort, but not arrestees.
No arrested persons, in your opinion. Were there arrested persons interrogated or not?
I do not recall there being any such persons.
Okay, so now you've said that you don't recall. Is your evidence that there were no such people interrogated, or that you don't remember if there were?
To my knowledge, I did not have any information about any person detained or arrested. There were perhaps people questioned, including soldiers, in order to obtain certain information, but no persons arrested.
Your Honor, at this point, we would like to go to a part of the witness's admitted ICTY OTP evidence, which is P2026. We actually would like to play the part of the video that corresponds to the transcript that we would like to use. In light of the previous ruling with W04401, we would ask to go into private session to be able to play the video excerpt.
Into private session, please, Madam Court Officer.
Your Honors, we're in public session.
Now we would like on the screen 098615 to 098626 in both English and Albanian, and we would be starting on page 098618, although there are several pages in this 12-page set we'll later turn to. Witness, you saw this page during the preparation session. Is this your handwriting?
Po, mendoj se
Yes, I think it's correct.
And it's marked as illegible in the English transcript, but what is it on the second line to the right of your name? There's something in parenthesis.
mi lexo krejt tekstin.
Shall I read the entire text?
If that's necessary for now, but where it says, Haki, we more specifically, Commander Suleiman Salimi, what is that in parenthesis to the right of your name there?
Edhe është kjo vlen edhe për dajen domethënë.
That's. Are you referring to Daya or further down? So we have Deputy Commander Samilu Shtagu.
I'm asking about now is just on the second line. If you see the red number, 098618, it's something in parenthesis immediately below that number and just to the right of your name. What is said there?
Është 101.
It reads 101. My sign, call sign.
So now going to the content of this, it does mention you, 101, Deputy Commander Samuel Ustaku, and it says you should supply these people with as modern weapons as possible. We need them badly, possibly weapons of the highest possible calibers. The same is also valid for Daya. And then it says Commander Suleiman Salimi, Deputy Commander Sami Lushtaku. Who were you requesting weapons from in this document?
Ne kemi dërguar disa
We sent some of our members from the Dernis operational area to Albania and directed them to Haki there, but also to Daya, who was Azem Sula, for them to undertake steps to supply them with weapons, the group that we sent over there.
And where was Haki based, if you recall?
nuk e di
I do not know where he was, either somewhere in Kukës or in Tropoje. I don't know because I was not there. But I know that they got weapons mostly in Albania, and I think he was based in Tropoj, but I do not know the exact location.
You mentioned Azem Sula in one of your previous answers. Is that who Daya is in this request?
po.
Yes. His nickname is Daya.
If we can now go to the page before this one, which is 098617. Now, witness, you also saw this during your preparation session, and you can see on the top of this page, it says 20 May 1998. And then it then says, on 16 April 1998, at 1750 hours, Lulzim Habib Kulikci came out of Recep Kurti's house accompanied by two people. One of them stopped at the gate door, whereas the other accompanied him 500 to 600 meters. We rushed from our position to check his identity. Our verification showed that he was Lulzim Habib Kulikci. And it's declared by Aflora Mustafa, Selim Mustafa, and Isuf Mustafa. Do you recognize any of the names in what I just read to you?
Ja, nu kan jag.
No, I don't.
Who is Recep Kurti, if you know?
Recep Kurti
Recep Kurti was a person from the village of Obri who was killed by the Serbian forces.
And you talked about Abri in your statements and interviews admitted yesterday. Is Obri and Abri the same place in the Drenica zone?
nu kan vända över till min.
These are two neighborhoods, two villages actually, who go by the same name. We have the Abrieulet, Lower Abri, and Upper Abri, Abrieperme.
Was Recep Kurti a supporter of Slobodan Milosevic?
Pokazan publikers.
Yes, he was publicly supporter of Slobodan Milosevic.
Known prior to the start of the war?
Nu kan de.
I don't know, but at the beginning of the war, this was known and nobody dealt with him.
I'd now like to go to page 098620. Witness, the other pages in this set you only looked at in the preparation session as to the handwriting. So I'll take a moment to go over the contents for my questions now. On this page, you see a list of questions. When did you first hear of the KLA? Who was in the KLA? What do you think about the Albanian people? What do you think about Serbian policies? What do you think about S. Milosevic? What do you think about the massacres of the Serbian police? Can you explain why questions like this would be found in a set of papers talking about a Milosevic supporter in your zone?
Bara nu kan de kvitters.
First of all, I do not recognize the handwriting in this paper, and I do not know the context in which these questions were asked.
Okay. We'll now go to page 098625, which actually is in an admitted exhibit already. It's P1644. Now, you see this name, Zarko Milograd Spasic, and then on the bottom, Professor Driver and Balasovac. Do you know who this person is?
Ja.
No. I see it for the first time here.
We'll now go to 098623. This Miroslav Sulinic from Peja, do you know who this person is?
Ja, nu kan jag.
No, I don't know him.
If we can go to the next page forward, which is 098624. Dejan Stojakovic, Do you know this person?
Yeah, no conheço.
No, I don't know him.
Why don't we then go to page 098615, which is part of P220. And there are some people on this page that you've talked about before. So first I'll just go over quickly the contents of the page just to orient you. It says on the top, 18 May 1998 daily report, and then Yahir Demaku. Then it says Muharrem Demaku went to Resh Kurti. Faraz Demaku took a revolver from them. Ismet Demichi is in touch with Resh Kurti. And then further down the page, there's this separate entry. The Palumbi checkpoint brought a Serbian, Vladimir Spasic, and it was received by Sahit Yashari, and you can see a date down there of 18 May 1998. My first question is, have you seen this daily report before?
Ja, no Kampala.
No, I haven't.
Are you aware of a Muharrem Demaku and what is written as an Ismet Demichi, or these two alleged associates of Recep Kurti? Do you know these persons?
Nunca di.
I don't know. If they are associated to him, this is not my handwriting. It's not directed to me. I see I heard Demaku here, but I know nothing about this case.
Do you know about a Vladimir Spasic being taken by Palumbi checkpoint and being delivered to Sahit Yashari?
Ja, no.
No, I'm hearing it for the first time here.
The zone commander, what actions were taken by the military police commander when Serbs were transferred by Dranica units?
Nunca dice.
I am not aware of any such cases having occurred. I do not recall any.
My question was a little different. It wasn't about recalling cases, it's about what would happen structurally when such a transfer occurred. Can you answer that question?
Ja, dan wat terug on.
And I'm saying that hypothetically, I have not heard of any such cases.
Dan dat heb
I don't know what would have happened, but I do not have any such cases, or I do not have any knowledge about any such cases.
Situation like this simply unregulated by the Dranica zone.
saber nunca dice que após ne.
I do not know of any such or similar cases having occurred, or any sanctions.
Witness, you're answering the question about whether these cases occurred. My question is different. It's about whether this situation was regulated by the Dranica zone.
And I'm saying that I do not know that any such cases occurred.
I'd now like to show you part of a video. If the court officer could please pull up video P1499 in the subtitled version, which is 054774-01_2. And witness, I'll explain what this is, just to give some context. The information in the record and the transcript of the video suggests that this video depicts Zarko Spasic, a Miroslav Impeja, a Dejan Skolikovic, and Vladimir Spasic. I want to play about 90 seconds of the video and ask you some questions, but they're across several different timestamps, so it's going to take a moment to play. For the benefit of the court, on this occasion, instead of having the English translation of the video portion itself, could the court officer instead put the interrogation questions page back up in English on one side of the screen, which is 098620 in the 12-page set just discussed. So we'd ask that page to be on one side and the video on the other, and the first timestamp to be played is from the 44-second mark to the 48-second mark. And witness, you should be able to hear the video through interpretation. I'll play the whole 90 seconds and then ask the question.
Okay.
Court and the jury prepared the part for Uchinel.
So the second timestamp is from the 55-second mark to the 58-second mark. Now from the 1:28 to 1:32 mark. Now 2:10 to 2:15.
Ja nikad nisam verao. Shikamandan politiken Srbe.
2:39 to 2:41.
Shikamandan Slobodan Milošević.
And the last one we'll let play a little longer, from the 3:minute 55-second mark to the 4:minute 59-second mark.
Shikamandan pra masakrat policistë serbe të ushtruarit popullin shqiptar.
Za masakr Srba na življenju u Dreniškom kraju saznao sam preko televizora. Nisam učesnik u tome masakru, niti sam u životu bio u Peć, Dečane, Prizren, glavno mene. Najviše što sam bio, bila je opština Obilić i Priština gde živim. Od momenta kad me privela Oslobodilačka vojska Kosova, nijednog momenta se nisu ophodili grubo prema meni. Govorili su rečima Budi miran, ništa neće ti se desiti. Tako su se ponašali, evo 10 dana sam ovdje, nadam se da sam i posljednji zatvorenik i posljednji žrtva ovog rata na Kosovu.
Witness, this video has the same interrogation questions which appear in materials directly linked to your zone and your military police. And you just heard this man claiming to be a prisoner. You were the zone commander. Do you still maintain you had no knowledge of anything like this going on?
Det är så person det
This, from what I can see, shows that this individual says he was not in Drenica, but even if that were to have occurred in Drenica, I am hearing it for the first time. And as for the questions, I do not know who has noted down these questions, as I maintained earlier.
He said, from the moment when I was detained by the KLA.
har sagt.
That's correct, yes.
He is part of a video with people that were given to Sahit Yashari, your military police commander, who you said was stationed in Likots. You had no idea this was happening.
Nog moet
I cannot be certain that this was handed over to Said Yashari. That's what I see written in there. But what you have to know is that where was this individual detained and who is questioning him. What we saw is only a note.
Witness, weren't you convicted in the Drenica 2 Ulex case for perpetrating war crimes against detainees at Likots?
I do wish to object to this line of questioning. I mean, it sounds like I'm listening to defense counsel here. I mean, this is the prosecution cross-examining its own witness. Are they still relying on him as a witness of truth in these circumstances?
What's your objection?
The objection is cross-examining his own witness, leading questions. He should not be able to put it in this fashion.
Objection's overruled. Go ahead.
Witness, would you like me to repeat the question?
har sagt.
Yes, correct.
Was that conviction upheld on appeal and later by the Supreme Court?
Det är sagt.
Yes, correct.
Conviction for perpetrating war crimes against detainees at Likots now final?
Bara.
Yes. Yes, it is final.
Thank you, witness. Your Honors, we have no further questions. However, we would like to admit the remaining pages of this range 098615 to 098626. 3 pages of this set of 12 have already been admitted at P220 and P1644. Several more have now been discussed with this witness, including a page that he wrote and people he recognized on other pages. It's also, hopefully, now clear how these pages connect with another admitted exhibit, P1499, further showing that they should be understood as a set. And so we tend to the remaining pages accordingly.
Any objection?
Your Honours, yes, we do object. I mean, this is a pile of documents that came from Belgrade. We have no evidence about the chain of custody. Some of the documents have been admitted, but this witness hasn't been able to assist with any of those documents that haven't been admitted. And really what the prosecution should be doing to do this properly and fairly should be calling somebody who got the documents to explain where they came from and to get them in that way, not through a witness who the prosecution is challenging, saying that he's lying under oath. That's not the way to do it as the prosecution. As I said before, this is the prosecution acting as defense counsel and not in bringing witnesses of truth. Yes, that's my objection. Thank you, Your Honours.
We'll mark these MFI and make a decision.
Your Honors, the full set will be assigned P2037 marked for identification.
Thank you. Mr. Misitich, cross-examination.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Salimi. My name is Luka Misitich. I am defense counsel for Hashim Thaçi, and I will have some questions for you for the rest of the morning and perhaps into the afternoon. I'd like to start off at the beginning with your first involvement in the Prekaz group. Could you tell us, first of all, what was the Prekaz group?
Grupi Prekaz.
The Prekaz group consisted of a group of people who had gave a great contribution. It was a group that was led by the legendary commander Hamza Yashari, and other comrades who are part and parcel of this group.
Just for the record, you said Adam Yashari, correct?
Yes.
Adam Yashari, could you identify who the other members of the Prekaz group were?
The Grupi Prekaz.
Some of those who I knew from the Prekaz group contain Sami Lushtaku, Sahid Yashari, Fadil Kodra, Nuruddin Lushtaku, and Zenin Kodra.
Is it correct that this group...
Musa Yashari.
Musa Yashari too.
Is it correct that this group, the Prekaz group, would later transform and become the Drenica zone in the KLA?
Yes, that's correct.
And at this time, meaning before the war in 1997, you knew there was a general staff in Pristina, but you had no further information on who the commander was or how it operated. Is that correct?
On Jismon.
I have heard of the General Staff and its members all along, and I did not know who they were. Neither did I know where their headquarters were or where they were operating from.
You joined the KLA on the 30th of January 1997. Is that correct?
Yeah, ik
No, I joined much earlier. On the 30th of January, there was an attempt to arrest me, and that's when I came out publicly. But I joined from when the Yashari compound was surrounded. My uncle was killed, and since then we kept our contacts constant with Adam Yashari and his group.
I'm reading from your witness statement, which is in evidence as P02026 at page 12 in the English and page 14 in the Albanian, and I'll read it. It says, but the actual joining of the KLA on my part was the 30th of January 1997. Is that not accurate?
Yeah,
it is correct that the 30th of January I came out publicly.
You joined the KLA on a voluntary basis?
Yes, on a voluntary basis.
And is it correct that initially you were part of local units of the KLA based on the local village, with fellow villagers gathering up and organizing themselves?
That's correct.
Now, is it correct that throughout this period, so from 1997 into March of 1998, you had one higher authority, and that was your commander, Adam Yashari?
Možete sad.
Yes, that's correct.
And again, you did not know anything past Adam Yashari. In other words, you were not aware of anything in a command higher than Adam Yashari.
I knew a lot of people, but Adam Yashari was always in the vanguard and the principal commander of the Kosovo Liberation Army, as far as I'm concerned.
Now, you have no personal knowledge of Adam Yashari's contacts with anybody who may have been in the general staff, do you?
I do not have such knowledge.
You yourself had no contact with people whom you knew to be members of the general staff at the time. Is that correct?
I may have met a few people or a lot of people. However, I never knew what position they held. Neither did I ask them. I later came to learn that they were members of the General Staff. However, until 1998, I had no knowledge about what position people held or what tasks they carried out.
Your statement at P02026 at page 17 in the English, you say, quote, "There was no real structure of the KLA at this time. There were no real zones. There was no groups, I don't think." Is that accurate? Is that an accurate description of the KLA in early 1998?
Yes, it is correct.
In your statement that by the beginning of 1998, you had 10 to 15 soldiers, and you were responsible for one of the villages in the Drenica area. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
The village you were responsible for was your home village of Atsarev?
Yes, correct.
Lead that village and those 10 to 15 soldiers by Adam Yashari himself. Is that correct?
Yes, it is correct.
Now, you've stated in your statement at P02026 at page 22 to 23 that at that time there were no levels of command, meaning in early or in spring of 1998, there were no levels of command between the soldiers on the ground and the general staff. Is that correct?
Yes, it is correct as far as the beginning of 1998 is concerned.
And is it fair to say that the structure at this time was, generally speaking, friends in the village gathering and trying to create some sort of organized structure?
That's correct.
And so it was this group of people, so amongst yourselves, who came up with proposals for who would be responsible or who would be the commander of your zone. Is that correct?
Let me elaborate a little bit on this. In the Drenica zone, there were a number of groups and sub-zones led by people who had their own soldiers. And out of all these groups or individuals,
a proposal emerged for someone to be the commander of the Drnica zone. At the time, these were known as points or had their call signs, but that is the situation that existed at the time. It's correct.
To your statement that's in evidence as P 1745, Madam Court Officer, if we could have that on the screen. English is 6D00067 at page 14. And in the Albanian, SPOE 003-60459 to 003-60498 at page SPOE 003-60477, which is page 19 in the PDF. Sorry, this is your Zeri interview from 2000. And it's the paragraph that begins after a great deal of work, right in the middle of the page, and in the Albanian, it's at the bottom of the page. Yes. Here's how you describe how you came to be the commander of the Drnica zone. You say, after a great deal of work over a long period of time, all the persons in charge of the points, or the unit commanders, gathered together in Plujina in the summer of 1998 to elect the commander of the Drnica operational zone. Recep Selimi, a representative of the UCK General Headquarters, Bekim Berisha, Sami Lishtaku, Fadil Kodra, Ilaz Kodra, Zen Proshki, Rasim Kitsina, Yahir Demaku, Gani Thaçi, Javed Duraku, and so forth were present there. We stop there. Is that, do you recall now, is that accurately described the individuals who were present when you were selected to be zone commander of Drnica?
I think so.
Some of the commanders were absent, but they had the right to be recommended, and of course, they would have been elected. The recommendations were done publicly. Recep Selimi said the UCK HQ, if we could turn the page, please, in Albanian, sorry. Recep Selimi said the UCK HQ would approve who would be elected commander from the meeting. Now, if we stop there, as I understand what you were saying there is, it's the people from the points who would do the electing of you, or whoever would be the zone commander. And you say Mr. Selimi said the HQ would just approve whoever you would elect. Is that correct?
Yes, it is correct.
Says, I propose that Femi Ladrovci be elected commander. Sami Lushtaku and Ilaz Kodra supported my proposal. In the meantime, Jen Proshki proposed me, and all the people who were present approved his proposal. Any person who had merit, but who was not present at the moment, had the right to be elected. My friends selected me to be approved, and I was formally appointed afterward by the General HQ. Now, you're saying there that it's your friends who elected you zone commander of Drnica, and the appointment thereafter by the HQ was a formality. Is that fair?
Yes, it is.
Now, I'd like to show you the prosecution's summary of your testimony on this point. And if we could please have F02833-A01, Annex 1 on the screen, please. Yeah, no broadcast. Not to be broadcast to the public.
Your Honor, just query as to the relevance of showing a filing to the witness.
I'm asking him if he agrees with the prosecution position.
Objections overruled. Go ahead.
page 3? Yes. If we could scroll down. It should start. In paragraph 4. It says, you will speak to your election as the Drenica Zone Commander when Recep Salimi attended and approved the election in his capacity as General Staff Representative. They are right there, are they not, when they say that you were elected as the Zone Commander by, as you called them in the Zeri interview, by your friends? That's correct, isn't it?
For fact,
Yes, it is a fact that I was elected by them and the proposal went to the General Staff. That's what I stated.
Now, we can take that down now. Now, witness, is it fair to say that even by the spring of 1998, you did not know all of the members of the General Staff?
Yes, that is correct.
And one of the people you did know at the time was Hashim Thaçi in the spring of 1998. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, according to what you told the prosecution last week, this is paragraph 80 of preparation note 2, you did not know what role he had in the General Staff. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. I did not know what role he held at the beginning of 1998.
Yes, and then you said in a different statement, this is at P02026, at page 30 of the PDF, you say you don't know for sure what his role was in the General Staff, but you think at the time he was a political representative of the General Staff. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Now, Mr. President, I note the time. Is it a good time for a break?
If this is a convenient time, we can.
Yes, it's convenient for me.
We'll give you a 10-minute break.
Your Honors, just briefly before the break, we have 3 defense presentation cues for the witness, but not that of the Vaseli defense. Just wanted to confirm if it was coming.
It's being released as we speak, so it'll be there in a few seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honors.
We're adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Court Usher, please bring the witness in.
Mr. President, I just wish to alert you that I'm going much faster than I had planned, so it will be significantly less than the amount of time I had asked for.
Thank you. Thank you for the notice. All right, Mr. Salimi, we will continue with the questions from the Thaçi defense.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Salimi, just a few questions. In your Zeri interview, you discussed that Mr. Thaçi was present in the Drenica zone at the end of September 1998. And I just wanted to have you explain the circumstances at that time in the Drenica zone. That was the time of the Serb offensive. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Describe the situation that the people in the Drenica region had found themselves in late September 1998 as a result of the Serb offensive.
In September 98, there was the biggest, largest Serb offensive in the territory of Drenica, with its main focus in Likos and the surrounding villages. The civilians, villagers were in the mountains, in the woods. I, together with my soldiers, tried to stop the advance of these forces, but this was impossible. We were largely, greatly outnumbered, outgunned, so this was the situation. I met by chance sometime in the evening, if I remember correctly, with Hashim Thaçi and Recep Selimi.
By chance, and that's similar to what you say in the Zeri interview at P1745 at page 22. You say, on a day when we had been surrounded and were under great pressure from all directions by the Serb offensive directed at us, Hashim Thaçi, Recep Selimi, Yahir Damaku, Husni Thaçi, Zen Damaku, Avdi Ratzi, and Tahir Desku happened to be in Abri Eperm. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You say they happened to be in Abri Eperm, and now in your answer to me, you said you encountered them by chance. Can you explain what you mean by they happened to be there and you encountered them by chance? How did they happen to be there?
As the fighting expanded in the area of Likos and around it, the Serbian forces started attacking some locations in the lower Obri, and at the same time they launched attacks on the upper Obri. Other forces were coming from Kiev and Drenas and penetrating into Baids and other villages around Kiev. And yes, we then met by chance in Obri. And I think that together with these individuals was Tahir Desku and some other people.
The Drenica region is Mr. Thaçi's home region. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Approximate date for this encounter?
Yes, can you tell us approximately when this took place? I think, actually, let me draw your attention to it specifically. You say in the Zeri interview, they happen to be in Abri Eperm. My birthday is the 25th of September, and Tahir Desku happened to have a bottle of brandy, and we raised a glass to it on my birthday. So was it on or about the 25th of September when you encountered them there?
Yes.
Now, as I was saying, and as you confirmed, Drenica is Mr. Thaçi's home region, so he had reason to be in the region for personal reasons as well. Is that correct?
That is correct. He is from Drenica. And his family, relatives, friends, movements were certainly at this time in or around Drenica.
Mr. Thaçi was not there to inspect troops. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, let me just ask you just a few other questions about the Drenica zone. Was there a brigade in the Drenica zone known as Hasan Pristina?
Yeah.
No, not in Drenica.
FARC present in Drenica, in the Drenica zone?
Yes.
No.
Of any issues that the LDK had in the Drenica zone with the KLA, or that the KLA had with the LDK in the Drenica zone?
No, I don't recall any.
Let me turn to a different topic. Mr. Salimi, and let me actually put the Zeri interview on the screen. P1745 at page 25, and the same in the Albanian. In the Albanian, it is 6D000792. And it should start yeah, there it is, the paragraph at the bottom, the international community.
Same document. The English should be the same document.
Okay, I'm told that the Albanian we'd like is in the same document as the English version, except it's at page 33 in that PDF. And in the third row, in the middle, yes, if we could scroll down a little bit more, right there. Actually scroll up just a little bit, right there, yes. I don't know if you can read that. Can you read that, Mr. Salimi? The paragraph begins, the international community decided to organize. And here you're talking about the Rambouillet conference. And you say, the international community decided to organize an international conference on Kosovo. they sought a political solution for Kosovo, and we were supposed to participate in that conference. The UCK General Headquarters consulted with the zone commanders, who were really very important, both in the overall structure of the UCK and in the concrete actions in the field. At long last, the war, operations, the brunt of the war, attacks, defenses, and actions were carried out in the terrain where the operational zones, particularly their commanders, had the key and dominant role. I, as the Drenica Operational Zone Commander, just like all the others, supported the participation of the UCK delegation in the conference, but with clear and firm stance. This way, Hashim Thaçi, as chief of the political directorate of the UCK, had our full support. Does that accurately describe the situation in terms of the relationship of the zone commanders and their views on the Rambouillet negotiations?
I think it does. There was a shortage of information or explanations given in relation to the first meeting, but this does reflect the reality, yes.
The reality of the KLA at the time, as you say in this excerpt, is that it's the zone commanders who were the ones who were on the front lines, who were doing the fighting, and as far as you were concerned, they were the ones who had to make the ultimate decisions on what the KLA would and would not agree to at Rambouillet. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, the position of the zone commanders, this position that you've articulated in the Zeri interview and now, was communicated to the negotiating delegation that was going to Rambouillet on behalf of the KLA. Is that correct?
I don't know whether this was conveyed, but in my election or appointment as a general commander of the general staff, participated also zone commanders.
In this excerpt, I, as the Drenica Operational Zone Commander, just like the others, supported the participation of the UCK delegation in the conference, but with clear and firm stance. So you're talking about the time that you were the Drenica Operational Zone Commander. What was your clear and firm stance, and to whom did you convey that clear and firm stance?
I do not recall this. What I think was clear is that the war would not stop unless the Serbian forces would withdraw and leave the Kosovo territory. We would not put down our weapons. So these were the topics at the time. I do not recall more than that. I also know that the zone commanders gave their support to the Rambouillet delegation.
If I can refresh your recollection. Two things that the zone commanders wanted. First, your position was that the negotiating process should lead to a process for the independence of Kosovo. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Point that you conveyed was that you did not, having built up the Kosovo Liberation Army. You did not now want to sign a document that would demilitarize what you had just built. Is that also fair?
Nuk e dini dokument që e kam në shkru, po
Yes, we were against. I don't know if I signed a document in that regard, but we were against the demobilization. I'm referring here to the period 98-99, which is before the end of the war.
Let me take you to a different portion of this interview. And if we could go to page 26 in the in the English, and in the same PDF for the Albanian version, page 33. There we go. So this is the portion that begins after the Rambouillet conference. If we could. There we go, at the bottom, yes. You say, after the Rambouillet conference, in which the agreement was not signed, Thaçi asked for a period of 2 weeks in order to consult once more with the UCK base. He came to Kosovo and consulted with the commanders of the operational zones. We all gave him our consent to sign the document in the conference that would be held in Paris. Meanwhile, when I was appointed the UCK commanding general, and between the two meetings, we had a meeting with Wolfgang Petrisch, in which Recep Selimi, Fatmir Limaj, Jakub Krasniqi, Ram Buja, and I, as the commander, took part. The meeting was held in Trstenik, in Drenica region, and we iterated once more our stance related to the conference and the signing of the agreement. Now, it's correct, is it not, that Mr. Thaçi had to come back from Rambouillet to get the consent of the zone commanders to sign the agreement. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
I'd like to turn to a different topic, and this is Operation Arrow. Now, it was the operations directorate of the general staff that came up with the plan for Operation Arrow. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if we could go to the revised translation of the Zeri interview. It should be added on to, yes. And in we can go back one page in the other PDF that was on the screen. In the second row, at the bottom of the second row, and going into the third row. So if we could scroll down. Second column, sorry. Yes. So here's what you say in the Zeri interview about Operation Arrow. You say, the Kosovo Liberation Army and its general headquarters demanded an approach and a commitment of national proportion and historical responsibility because they were faced with many military offensives undertaken by the enemy and with different political challenges. They were also faced with the difficult situation of the civilian population, the difficulties in getting supplied with arms and ammunition, the difficulties in getting supplied with food, and especially for the people, and many other difficult tasks of the war. In relation to the war plans, it was necessary to undertake Operation Shigeta, which we prepared and undertook professionally and effectively. Based on the work and the confidence that we had in the cadres of the Operational Directorate of the UCK General Headquarters, I issued the order and I signed the operational plan for Operation Shigeta, having complete confidence that it would be successful. The operational zone of Pastrik was tasked with the implementation of such operation. The purpose of the action was to break the siege of the Albania-Kosovo border and would bring in the numerous UCK volunteers to Kosovo that was tossing and turning with its fate, fighting for life or death. Mr. Salimi, does that accurately describe the process of how Operation Shigeta or Operation Arrow was approved?
Yes, the main objective was to establish a corridor in order for both the civilians and us KLA members to organize and get the weapons and ammunition supplies. I have also explained that I signed off this operation, and it was prepared by a number of people whom I have mentioned. This is the description I've given to this newspaper.
Was Bislam Zarapi, is that correct?
Of course, Bislim was involved in this plan designed well before. As part of the operations room. This plan was approved and signed in the meeting I had in Erodime with Agim Chegu. So other details were agreed on and signed.
After you signed it, the next day, appointments were discussed as to the implementation of this plan. Is that correct?
On the next day or the day after, I handed over my responsibilities for this to Agim Chegu, who then, together with Bislim Zarapi, dealt with the further steps of the plan.
Now, you say you don't recall the specifics of what was discussed in the meeting with Bislam Zarapi about Operation Arrow. Is that correct? That's at P2028 at page 3.
I do not recall exactly. Can you kindly repeat the question, though?
Asked in your witness statement at P02028 at page 3, question 15 is, did Bislam Zarapi have any role in the Operation Arrow? And your answer is, I don't know precisely. I don't remember such discussion during the meeting, at least in my presence. The meeting lasted 2 or 3 days, and then I returned to Drenica Zone after being appointed as commander of the National Guard. Now, my question is...
It is correct.
I'm going to tell you what Mr. Zarapi testified in court here last year. And he said, and this is at transcript page 17767, lines 22 to 24. Question, and turning to Operation Arrow, you were in charge of operations in Operation Arrow. Is that correct? And his answer is yes, of the operations. You have no reason to dispute that, do you?
No, I have no such reason.
And
as I have said, I do not know how the Shijeta operation unfolded and how the decisions were taken, as I wasn't present.
reason to dispute his testimony at transcript page 17768 that the plans for Operation Arrow had started being drawn up as early as January of 1999. Is that correct?
It may very well be correct, because Bislim, in his capacity as Chief of Staff, worked with the Operations Department. I was alerted to the details when I assumed the job, and the details on the operational plan for this one.
Something else that Bislim Zerapi testified to here in court, and this is at transcript page 17768, lines 14 to 24. Question, now there were 3 operational commands of Arrow, and how many of the commanders of these 3 operational commands did you appoint? Mr. Zerapi answered, the operational commands, I was not the only one involved in the appointments, but the staff as well. The commanders of Direction 1 and Direction 2 were appointed upon my proposals, which were approved by the General Staff. They were appointed, and as I said, their appointment was made based on my proposals and that of the General Commander. Question, that would be Commander Cheku, correct? Answer, no, this happened earlier by Suleiman Salimi. Is that correct that the...
I do not remember this. I have tried to clarify it, and maybe there were such developments, but I cannot recall them. However, I was not there all the time. I was at Drenica, Bislim at the General Staff, and maybe there were preparations made in advance to this end, but I cannot recall this, largely because this is the period during which I was replaced by General Cheku, and I'm referring to the time after I'd signed off the Shijeta operation. So the preparations made in advance are not very well known to me.
Well, I take your answer. Now, you told the prosecution last week that it was only after your approval of the plan for Operation Arrow that you met with Agim Cheku, Hashim Thaçi, and Kadri Vaseli, and that's at Preparation Note 2, paragraph 89. Is that correct?
Yes, it is correct that I met Agim Cheku, Hashim Thaçi, and Kadri Vaseli.
And it says after you approved the plan for the operation. Correct?
Yeah.
No, I don't know if it was on the same day. However, after signing off this plan, I requested that I be replaced by Agim Cheku, or that I quit from my task or post of General Commander.
Note 2, paragraph 89, it says, after approving of the plan for the operation, W04290 met with Agim Cheku, Hashim Thaçi, and Kadri Vaseli. Now, at that same prep note, at paragraph 90, you state that after approving the plan for Operation Arrow, you did not join the broader discussion about preparation of Operation Arrow, and instead you left. Is that correct?
Oh,
Yes, correct. This happened 2 or 3 days later. I cannot recall exactly.
90 of Preparation Note 2, you state that you know that present for that broader discussion about preparations for Operation Arrow were also Spiro Butka, Bardi, Shpetim Golemi, Vislam Zarapi, Agim Cheku, Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Fatmir Limai, and also others. Is that correct?
Officers like Spiro Butka, Bardi, and forgive me because I cannot recall their exact names at this point in time, and Agim Cheku too, were the ones who worked out the details of the Operation Arrow. This was a plan that had been prepared in advance, so that during their first meeting they finalized these details, in which I signed off. A day later, there was this meeting with other people.
Others were present. When you say others, you mean that you know more people were present, you just don't recall who they were. Is that correct?
There are 2 points to make. There were these people who were involved in planning the Operation Arrow alongside Agim. A day later, there were other people who came into that building. I personally met General Cheku, Kadri Veseli, and Hashim Thaçi. This was a day later.
And you state that you were not present when Agim Cheku was selected to become the chief of the general staff of the KLA, but instead you heard about his appointment on television while in Berisha. Is that correct?
This came out of my own proposal at this meeting. 2 days later, I returned to Berisha on my way to Drenica. A communique came out later to say that Agim Cheku had been appointed. So that is what I remember of this period and of this meeting.
To point out is you made the proposal that he replace you, and then you left. Is that correct?
I don't know if I stayed for yet another day, but yes, I did leave on my way to Berisha and Drenica.
How the process of his appointment unfolded after you left. Is that correct?
Correct, I don't.
Now, we've established you have no personal knowledge of how Operation Arrow was prepared after you signed the order approving the plan. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Knowledge of how Mr. Cheku was selected to become the chief of the general staff after you left. Correct?
Correct.
For the discussions about preparation of Operation Arrow, nor were you present when General Cheku became chief of the general staff. You have no personal knowledge that Hashim Thaçi assigned roles to individuals to carry out Operation Arrow. Is that correct?
Correct. I have never stated that I had knowledge of Hashim Thaçi or someone else to have played a role in the Operation Arrow or in these appointments. I do not know how the process unfolded or how appointments were made from that moment onwards.
You have not mentioned that Jakub Krasniqi was present for any of these discussions. Is that correct?
Nu beszélünk.
I do not believe he was there, no.
So if Jakub Krasniqi in later years wrote about how Operation Arrow unfolded and decisions that were made, as far as you know, he would not have had any personal knowledge of how decisions were made with respect to Operation Arrow. Is that correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
I said as far as he knows.
You can ask, you'll have to rephrase your question then if you're going to, because it is a speculative question.
Well, you were present up to the point of signing Operation Arrow, approving Operation Arrow, correct?
Persze.
That's correct.
You've heard about who else was present as you were leaving, correct? You said Agim Ceku came, some officers from Albania came, correct?
Persze.
That's correct.
That Jakub Krasniqi was present. Is that correct?
Nu ca sem planešam.
Mr. Krasniqi was not present, no.
Have written something about how decisions were made for Operation Arrow. Do you have any knowledge as to how he would have known about how decisions were made with respect to Operation Arrow?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled. You can answer that.
Nu că di.
I don't know.
Now, I want to show you an interview that Mr. Ceku gave with respect to his appointment. And I'd first like to show you Exhibit 1D00243 ET. And it's an excerpt that should be available in both English and Albanian. Now, in the paragraph that begins during the contacts we had, is there a next page? Yes, there it is, at the top, and in Albanian. Next page, please. If we, yeah, it's to the left. It's the row, the column to the left at the bottom. Yes, thank you. Here's what he says in this paragraph. Starting in the middle of the paragraph, it says, "But I did not accept this assessment. Even my activity has never been public. Only a very narrow circle knew about it. I did not intend to make it public that I am in contact with the KLA and to stay outside of Kosovo. I insisted that the decisions about my concrete commitment be made in Kosovo. Then we stayed at the General Staff for a few days, and my work was discussed for a long time, and the decision to appoint me Chief of the General Staff of the KLA was made by the entire General Staff, not by one person." Now, You have no reason to dispute Mr. Cheku's account of his own appointment, that he was appointed not by one person, but by the entire general staff, do you?
I think what is stated was correct. He would have known better who was present there.
Okay. And I'd like to show you a different excerpt of this same interview. Madam Court Officer, could we please have DHT 04009 to DHT 04017 ET at page 4. And in Albanian, it's SPOE 0005360 to 00053071 at page SPOE 00053067. And it is the second column, starting towards the middle of that column. Yes. The question that's posed to Mr. Ceku is, how was the decision made for your arrival in Kosovo? And towards the middle of that answer, he says, in Kosovo, I did not enter to become a commander, but to add one more rifle to give my contribution in the most difficult days. In a way, I did not want to give myself priority to be entrusted with the task of Chief of the General Staff of the KLA, especially in those difficult moments. To take on such a responsibility was really a big thing. But at the insistence of the General Staff, with the consultation of the area commanders, I was assigned that task, which I undertook. I did this since I had come to Kosovo to perform every task that was required of me. Now, if we stop there, Mr. Ceku says that one of the things he did before accepting this appointment was consult with the area commanders. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Said that he at least discussed this with you, correct?
I do not recall him having discussed this with us. After having been appointed, yes, this was discussed, but not before the appointment was made. I do not believe that he had any such discussions with zone commanders before the appointment.
You know if he had consultations, for example, with Ramush Haradinaj or Commander Remy?
That is the reason why I cannot speculate to say that such consultations were made. Maybe he spoke to other commanders, but not to me. On the day that I saw General Ceku, I proposed him to be the commander of the Kosovo Liberation Army instead of me.
Where they tried to dissuade you from that. Is that correct?
Yes, I think so. I can't recall the details at this point, but I was told not to quit. I can't recall the details on account of the length of time that has elapsed.
Conveyed to him, as I understand your testimony, you clearly conveyed to him that he had your support to become the Chief of the General Staff of the KLA. Is that correct?
Yes.
Into the next question, it says, can you describe the procedure of your arrival in Kosovo? He says, I traveled by plane from Slovenia to Albania. In the afternoon, I met in Tirana with some KLA activists. The next night, we were at the border. When I entered Kosovo, the NATO bombing had not yet begun. I entered Kosovo with Hashim Thaçi. We spent the night in high snowy mountains and were constantly in danger, especially while crossing the border. But nothing stopped us because we were determined to enter Kosovo. Now, do you have a recollection from your meeting later on that it was discussed that Mr. Cecu had entered Kosovo from Albania with Mr. Thaçi?
No, I do not recall such a thing. I know that they have come together with Hashim Thaçi, but here he has described how that happened.
Mr. President, I would ask that this page be added to 1D00243.
Just page 4.
Yes.
Any objection?
We have no objection to that. Just for the record, we also have no objection to all the pages of this interview being admitted. As has been our longstanding position, we think documents reasonable in length should be admitted and understood as a whole. But certainly no objection to the individual page if that's all that's tender.
Objection to admitting the entire document?
If you let me take a look at the break, I'll get back to you
All right.
after the break. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
I said I will not make a ruling on this at this time.
Witness, you have no personal knowledge of to whom General Cecu reported after he became Chief of the General Staff. Is that correct?
No, I have no such knowledge.
Whether he reported to anyone. Is that correct?
I don't know.
You have no personal knowledge of to whom Mr. Cecu should have been reporting. Is that correct?
As chief of staff, I think that he should have reported to the Minister of Defense. And in certain circumstances, to the head of government, in a normal situation, that is. But his line of command comes under the Minister of Defense. However, how that happened in practice at this point in time, I do not know.
By saying in normal circumstances. These were not normal circumstances, were they?
Yeah.
They weren't.
Note the time.
Thank you. Witness, we'll have a half-hour break now. Remember not to speak with anyone about your testimony outside the courtroom. We'll be back here at 11:30. You may leave the courtroom now. We're adjourned until 11:30.
All rise.
Be seated. Did you have a chance to look at that entire document?
I did not, Mr. President. So if I go to the next break, or even if I don't, I would ask if I could have the lunch break to do it. I was busy with other matters.
Okay.
Thank you.
Please bring the witness in. All right, Mr. Salim. Mr. Salimi, we continue with the questions from the Thaçi defense.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Salimi, I'd like to go back to continue on one answer you gave earlier this morning and ask you for a further clarification. So excuse me one second. At transcript page 39, I asked you to confirm that you have no personal knowledge that Hashim Thaçi assigned roles to individuals to carry out Operation Arrow. Is that correct? And your answer was correct. I have never stated that I have knowledge. Sorry, my transcript keeps moving. I have never stated that I have knowledge of Hashim Thaçi or someone else to have played a role in Operation Arrow or these appointments. Now, I'd like to call up Exhibit P02028, please. And if we could go to page 3 in the English and page 8 in the Albanian, please. And it's the answer to question 13, if you could draw your attention to that in Albanian and in English. This is your 2011 interview to the SPRK, and you're asked about a meeting, and you say, the question is, do you remember what the topic of the meeting was? Second sentence, the topic of the meeting was how to establish an operational plan called Arrow to create a corridor for the transport and flow of people and weapons. During the meeting, roles were assigned by Hashim Thaçi to Agim Cheku, Bislam Zarapi, and others to carry out the operation. Do you see that?
Yes, I can see it.
I explored with you earlier the timing of when these operational plans were discussed, and I understood your testimony to be that the operational plan was developed by Bislam Zarapi, signed by you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You attended a meeting, but that the operational meetings, and this is what you told the SPO last week, that you had left and were not present, and this is at paragraph 89 of preparation note 2. After approving of the plan, you met with Agim Cheku, Hashim Thaçi, and Kadri Vaseli. And then in paragraph 90, you did not join the broader discussions to prepare Operation Arrow. And that's why I asked you to confirm first that you have no personal knowledge, because you say now you weren't even present for the broader discussion of preparations, correct?
That is correct. I can explain it better. When I was there, other people came in, as I have described, and perhaps it is in this context that the meeting with Mr. Thaçi and others was mentioned. But I explained that I did not attend that meeting. That is correct.
11, if you did not attend the meeting, then what was your basis for saying that the roles were assigned by Hashim Thaçi to Agim Cheku, Bislam Zarapi, and others?
I base this on the fact that many people came there after me. I think it was the next day. And I had in mind here the position itself at the time, but not in the sense of assigning military roles, but in the sense of selecting ministers in view of forming the provisional government. Maybe I spoke in this sense.
I had in mind here the position itself. What position are you referring to?
As a general commander, and then I stayed another day or two in that area, and then other people came there for the meeting, but I was not present.
A minute ago, you said, I base this on the fact that many people came here after me. I think it was the next day. I had in mind here the position itself at the time, but not in the sense of assigning military roles. What position are you referring to?
At this time, I did not have a position, but I was physically positioned there in that location.
Okay. All right, I will move on.
Mr. Misetic, excuse me. I think the panel has difficulties to understand what the witness testimony is in that regard. And I would like to take the opportunity and ask the witness the following question. Mr. Salimi, it is stated, and it's still on the screen in the Albanian and also in the English, that allegedly, according to the transcript, you told the SITF the following, I quote, during the meeting, roles were assigned by Hashim Thaçi to Agim Cheku, Bislam Zarapi, and others to carry out the operation, and the sentence before that sentence refers to Operation Arrow. So my question is, did you tell the SITF that Mr. Thaçi assigned roles to Agim Cheku, Bislam Zarapi, and others to carry out Operation Arrow or not?
It can be seen here that I did say that, but again, I was not in the meeting. I assumed, I thought, and I said what I said in respect to Mr. Thaçi. I am not able to remember better now, but I was not present in that meeting.
Did you tell the SITF that you only assumed that, or did you tell the SITF, as it is stated here in the transcript, that Mr. Thaçi actually assigned roles?
Not really on.
I thought that in that meeting, he, in his capacity as a representative of the provisional government, Mr. Thaçi, did that. I see it here that I said it like this. I thought this at the time, but I was not there in the meeting.
And, Your Honors, just to clarify for the record, if it assists, this part is clarified in P2 2029, paragraph 7.
Go ahead, Mr. Misitich.
Well, now that my cross has been interrupted, I need to take a look at what was just referred to.
It's just preparation note 1, if it assists.
Yes, and this is actually a point I wanted to raise with you, and this is what you told the prosecution last week. You know that Hashim Thaçi was assigning roles to these individuals to carry out the operation, but you do not know specifically what those assignments were. And if we read the whole paragraph, and I'm going to read the whole paragraph to you, it says, you signed off on the preparations for Operation Arrow, but then you left your general commander position the following day. The operation itself was actually launched by Agim Cheku, and Cheku, Bislam Zarapi, and others were the ones who actually prepared the plan. W04290, meaning you, know that Hashim Thaçi was assigning roles to these individuals to carry out the operation, but you do not know specifically what the assignments were. Now, as I understand what you told the SPO last week, Agim Cheku did not become general commander until after you had left, and you only learned that when you were in the Drenica region on TV. Correct?
That's correct.
You couldn't have been present at a meeting where Mr. Thaçi is assigning roles to Agim Cheku because he wasn't in any position in the KLA at the time you were present for any meetings, correct?
And I've said the same thing. I was not present in the meeting. And I was not present when this was assigned.
Yes, and so any information you have about how the plans were made after you left would be based on what?
As I said before, I based this on the fact that Mr. Thaçi received people, delegations, with the view of forming the provisional government. So there were consultations to form the provisional government. He received people who were then selected or elected. In this sense, I said that Mr. Thaçi dealt with appointments of ministers of his government.
May I move on? Okay.
Sorry, yes.
Thank you.
Myself.
Thank you. Witness, I want to turn to your role in the KLA. Now, you were the commander of the Drenica zone from May of 1998 until February of 1999, correct?
Yes, sir.
That is correct.
and you became general commander of the KLA in February of 1999, correct?
Yes, sir.
Correct.
Exhibit 1D00205, please.
I'll need a moment, please.
Yep.
Your Honor, there appears to be a technical issue. If I can have a moment.
Yes, if the SPO is having difficulty loading legal workflow at the moment as well.
We'll step aside for a few minutes so everybody can relax while they try to work this out. So as soon as there's been some resolution, let us know and we'll reconvene. We're adjourned.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Usher, you can bring the witness in. Sorry for the delay, Mr. Salimi. We will continue now. Mr. Misetich will continue with his questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam Court Officer, if we could have on the screen 1D00205, please. And Mr. Salimi, just to give you some background, this is an article that appeared in the British newspaper The Independent on the 6th of February 1999 as the Rambouillet conference was about to begin. Do you understand?
Well,
Yes, I do.
Both versions of the document, please. The top paragraph says, the Albanian team includes Ibrahim Rugova, political leader of the ethnic Albanians, as well as Azam Sula, said to be a top commander of the KLA, and Jakub Krasniqi, a KLA spokesman and former supporter of Mr. Rugova's nonviolent path to independence, who switched his support to the movement's military wing. Now, here we see that this British newspaper, The Independent, was publishing that Azam Sula was a top commander of the KLA, at least as of 6 February 1999. Do you accept that?
well,
Yes, as an article, I do accept it and I can see it. As far as I'm concerned, I have stated here that I had no knowledge of Azam Sula having been General Commander.
It could have been internationally known that Azam Sula was a top commander of the KLA, but you, as the Drenica Zone commander, didn't know.
no comment. No.
I have no comment to make. I don't know. Well, it's not just me. Other zone commanders did not know that Azam Sula was a general commander of the General Staff.
Take you to a document that I believe was shown to you in the preparation session with the prosecution. It concerns a meeting on the 6th of February 1999. And Madam Court Officer, if we could have on the screen, please, Exhibit P00182, page 29 in both versions, please. And what I'm about to show you, Mr. Salimi, are notes of that meeting that the SPO says were taken from the home of Recep Salimi. Do you understand?
Po.
Yes.
Now, these notes on this page, the date you see in the top, I don't know if it's visible in the English. We scroll up to the top of the page and to the right. Yes. The date is 6 February 1999. And according to these notes, the following people are present. The commanders of the operational areas of the KLA, Ramush Haradinaj, Rustam Mustafa, Ekrem Reja, Suleiman Salimi, and representatives of the General Staff, Recep Salimi, and Bislam Zarapi. Now, do you recall attending such a meeting on or about the 6th of February, 1999?
Data në PD.
I can't recall the exact date, but I do remember such a meeting.
If we could turn to page 34 of the document, please, in both versions. This is the notes from the same meeting. The person who's referred to as Sula, under point 2, it says, the appointments that have been made in the General Staff are a matter of concern. Sokol Bashota and Jakub Krasniqi. I think Sokol Bashota is not up to the job of the Deputy Commander. The General Staff has ignored the requests we have made about this issue. If we turn the page. The person identified as Sula says, Jakub Krasniqi, too, with all the respect he commands, is not the right man for the post of the Deputy Commander. We should be consulted about the appointments to the General Staff. Those who took up arms first to fight are being ignored. Now, I showed you the list of the participants as recorded. Ramush Haradinaj, Rustam Mustafa, Ekrem Reja, Suleiman Salimi, Recep Salimi, and Bislam Zarapi. Of those 6 names, who else could Sula be but you?
Në para nuk
I have had my name, my pseudonym, and everything, but I do not have any knowledge about this meeting, when it was held and in what situation. I cannot recall it.
Now, in the excerpt I just read to you, the person identified as Sula says that Sokol Bashota and Jakub Krasniqi are not up for the job of Deputy Commander. So the participants in this meeting, all of you were aware that there were Deputy Commanders of the KLA and that they were Jakub Krasniqi and Sokol Bashota, correct?
Po, është sa.
Yes, that's correct. We knew that Jakub and Sokol were deputy commanders.
Now, if you know that there are 2 people are fulfilling the position of deputy commanders, they must be deputies to some commander. Do you agree?
Po.
Yes.
That there is an overall commander if there are 2 deputies to that overall commander.
Ne Por asta e nuk është thonë kush është.
But the name was never made public.
You, as participants in the meeting, know there's an overall commander, you just don't know that the person is Azam Sula.
Objection misstates the evidence. He said he had no knowledge of this meeting, the previous page of the transcript.
That is what he said.
Well, I'm following what his answer is. He agrees that he knows that there's an overall commander, but the name was never made public. Okay.
Go ahead.
Ja, asnjëherë ne kam
No, I have never known. We have asked the question, but it was never confirmed, at least to myself, the name. That there was a commander, in fact. We were told that we have two deputies, but the commander has not been chosen yet. As far as this meeting is concerned, I don't know when it happened. From the notes in there, you cannot see that it is in the shape of minutes. These are notes that have been taken by Regia or someone else, I don't know. So first, I do not recall this meeting, and secondly, it's never been made public that there is a general commander, and his name is Azam Sula.
To the objection that was made earlier, at page 55, line 3, after I asked you, do you recall attending such a meeting on or about 6 February 1999, your answer was, I can't recall the exact date, but I do remember such a meeting. Correct?
unë mbaj mend që kemi
I remember meetings that were held. I cannot remember the date, and I do not know whether these notes pertain to meetings which were held.
Well, you know there was a meeting with the 6 people that I showed you were participants in the meeting, including yourself. Correct?
sipas shkrimit.
According to the notes, I was present there, but I cannot recall this meeting having taken place.
Again, as I understood your answers from just a few minutes ago, when I said to you that if you know there are deputy commanders, then you must know there is an overall commander, I understood your answer to be, yes, you understood there was an overall commander, you just didn't know the name of that overall commander. Is that correct?
Yeah.
No. What I said is that I knew that there were 2 deputy commanders, but I had no knowledge that there was a commander, a general commander. I had heard of Azam Sula as somebody who was known as Dyer, but I always thought that he was the man in charge of logistics.
Can you explain to us then organizationally how it makes sense that an organization has 2 deputy commanders, but those deputy commanders are not deputies to any overall commander? How does that make sense organizationally?
Nga pikpamja organizative.
The organizational general staff itself is meaningless from an organizational point of view, given that there were many unknowns about who was there and what functions they had. Jakub Krasniqi and Sokol Bashota are known to have been deputy commanders, but there was no such order on a commander at that point in time, and it was not known who that overall commander was, at least not to me as commander of the Drenica zone.
While we have this on the page, Sula is recorded as having said that we should be consulted about the appointments to the general staff. Now, did you believe that the zone commanders should be consulted about appointments to the general staff?
Yes, I think they ought to have consulted us. If this is a reference to me and my name, yes, I think we ought to have been consulted in order for a better and more successful organization overall.
Why did you think the zone commanders needed to be consulted on appointments to the general staff?
Because zone commanders were the ones who had responsibility on the ground.
And why is that relevant to who's going to be appointed to the general staff?
It would have been important for the organization of the entire structure of the Kosovo Liberation Army and of the General Staff in particular.
Or sorry, to page 37, it should be. Yes. Now here, Sammy is recorded. Now, do you recall Sammy Lushtaku also being present at a meeting such as this?
I don't know if it was zone commanders who took part. Deputy commanders might have as well. And I don't know whether he attended, I'm not sure.
Sammy as saying, Recep Salimi, Hashim Thaçi, and Kadri Veseli are responsible for this situation we are in at the moment. It's clear from these notes that Sammy Lushtaku had no difficulties being critical of Recep Salimi, Hashim Thaçi, and Kadri Veseli. Correct?
Objection, Foundation, and asked and answered.
It's
Overruled. You may answer, if you know.
I don't know. This is what Sammy thought.
According to the notes, he had no problems being critical of Recep Salimi in your presence, even though you are related to Recep Salimi. Correct?
It's his thoughts here, and it is of no consequence on whether he criticizes Recep Salimi or not. Everyone is entitled to their own way of thinking.
In fact, Recep Salimi is present at this meeting when Sammy Lushtaku is being critical of him, Hashim Thaçi, and Kadri Veseli, according to the notes. Correct?
Correct, according to the notes, yes.
Now, if we turn to PDF page 39, please. Now this is again, I can show you again if we go back one page just to show the speaker. Again, the person is recorded as Sula speaking. If we turn the page. Sula is recorded as saying, until we have new appointments, I will not respond to any requests from or brief you, and I think even my post as commander of the operational zone will be contested. Only then I will carry out all the tasks of that the General Staff assigns us and will not contest any orders. Now, according to the notes, you obviously believed you had the authority to decide whether you would or would not carry out orders from the general staff, correct?
Praporsni Skrem.
Again, we are talking about notes whose authorship is unclear, but it is correct that as zone commanders we did have concerns and dissent, and I myself, I have given various opinions and concerns, as have other zone commanders, and this was all to do with the improvement of the functioning.
Yesterday, you were asked by the prosecutor, did you obey all orders that were possible to obey? Do you recall being asked that question yesterday?
Well,
Yes.
Any specific orders that you were given?
No, I do not.
Any particular person in the general staff that ever issued you orders?
I do not recall anyone else to have issued orders with the exception of Bislim Zurabi.
Now, Bislim Zarapi is present, according to the notes, at this meeting. Do you recall him being present at a meeting like this?
I have had several meetings with Mr. Bislim Zarapi, but I cannot recall this.
I'll ask you a question. He's the only one in the general staff that you can recall having given you orders, but you're at a meeting where he's present and you're discussing, you and other zone commanders are discussing the appointment of an overall commander. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
You can recall, what was Bislim Zarapi's role in the discussion? Did you consider him a colleague, your superior? Why was he there?
Bislim Zarapi was a representative of the general staff, if we are referring to this one, or meetings that I attended. The meetings with Bislim Zarapi were held in his capacity as Chief of Staff of the Kosovo Liberation Army, and they had to do with the organization, with training courses, and we have discussed several issues during that period of war with Bislim Zarapi, including on the formation and reorganization of different units.
Yes, but I'd like just to focus on this. He's the one who had given you orders from the general staff, but at this meeting, it's pretty clear that you, the zone commanders, are going to decide who's going to be his boss. And that turned out to be you, correct?
Yes.
Let me turn to notes of another meeting. Again, these are notes that the SPO says were seized from Recep Selimi's house of a meeting in Drenica on the 13th of February, 1999. If we could go to Exhibit 1D00033, please. In both the English and Albanian at page SPOE 00226356. Now, you saw these notes in your preparation session, and at paragraph 82 of the preparation note, you acknowledge that you were present for this meeting on the 13th of February 1999, correct?
Look at the datum.
I don't know the exact date, so I don't know which meeting this refers to.
This document was not shown to the witness in the preparation session.
I have not seen this document, in fact, these notes, because it does not amount to a document.
Nevertheless, there was a meeting at which you were selected as the overall commander, correct?
Paul?
Correct.
Selected on or around the 13th of February, 1999?
Paul.
I think so. That should be correct.
Now, if we go to, yes, we're on the page. Sorry, if we look at the agenda, it says the first item on the agenda for the meeting, according to the notes, was position on the request by the zone commanders for the appointment of the new KLA commander. Do you see that?
Yeah.
No, I can't see it on the screen.
It should be under point 1.
Okay.
I see it.
Pasha.
Yes, I see it.
Consistent with your recollection that there was a meeting and the number 1 item on the agenda was the request of the zone commanders to appoint a new KLA overall commander?
I do not know who took the notes in this meeting, but yes, this was discussed in the meeting.
If we go to page 6353, please. Now, the meeting, according to the notes, begins with a speaker saying as follows under point 1, the last paragraph, that this person told all of you assembled at the meeting, the secret services of many countries like CIA, SHIK, etc., and UDB, Yugoslav Secret Service, are aware tonight about this meeting. If we turn the page. The speaker continues, according to the notes, that rumors and interpretations that there will be a coup against the KLA tonight are very concerning for all of us, and that this has particularly worried the Albanian government. Now, this was supposedly said at the outset of this meeting. When this speaker mentioned that there were rumors and interpretations already in advance of this meeting that there would be a, quote, coup, close quote, executed in the meeting, what did you understand the speaker to be referring to? Who did you understand him to be implying would be overthrown in a coup?
I don't recall any such interpretation in the meeting I attended. I do not recall anything of that sort.
If we go to, actually, we just looked at the page regarding the agenda item. let's go through the notes here to see if we can refresh recollection. If we go to page 6358, please. Actually, if we can go one page back, please. Sorry. Now, the speakers reported to be Ramush Haradinai, and he, in response to that, about foreign governments being concerned about a coup, says, "We are an army and we are not interested about the concerns of foreign governments and the security even of our motherland. These are manipulations and games. Let even the UDB know that we are stronger. Our delegation in Rambouillet must know that they have our confidence. UDB has been pleased with the events as they are developing until now. For me, the commander is Suleiman Salimi." Now, do you recall Ramush Haradinai taking the floor initially at the meeting and saying that for him, you were the overall commander of the KLA?
With respect to these three different no's, they are different. I can explain the entire chronology of the meeting. Yes, Mr. Ramshardina was present, and he proposed me to be the general commander.
If we turn the page, we see Shukri Bouya and then Commander Remy reported in the notes. Commander Remy says the General Staff has not been rejected as a whole. Only some persons have been rejected. And the last sentence, for me today, from today, he is the elected commander. And if we go to the next, if we go to 6361, please. Here, Fatmir Limai is recorded as having said, "We can reach agreement on who the next commander will be." Is that what it says in the Albanian in the notes?
Yes.
Suggests that Fatmir Limai knows there is already a commander in place, correct?
According to his description and his opinion, yes.
If we go to page 6362, the next page, please. Towards the bottom. Again, we have an entry for Sula. It says, "I cannot work with the people that are in the staff at the moment." Now, at least according to the notes, is it fair to say that you were not happy with at least some of the members of the General Staff at this time?
Might have had dissatisfactions with many people, but I do not recall having had any such dissatisfaction in the meeting we held.
Now, in Exhibit P02026 at page 56, here's what you say on the transcript, and this is your conversation with the ICTY in 2003. You say, And then during the talks in Rambouillet, Azam Sula, who had been the commander, he was there as well. So they decided that I'd be the commander, even though I didn't want it to be commander in the beginning, but it was decided that I take the post. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And it was the zone commanders at this meeting who elected you to be the new overall commander of the KLA, correct?
Yes, sir.
Correct.
Now, one of the reasons that the zone commanders wanted to appoint you as the overall commander was to send a message to the Albanian delegation at Rambouillet that you, the zone commanders, were the ones with the ultimate authority to decide whether the KLA would disarm and whether the KLA would agree to a deal that did not include independence for Kosovo. Correct?
I believe so, yes.
And do you recall that at this time, as you had been appointed the overall commander of the KLA, you were working with Adem Demaci to ensure that the Albanian delegation at Rambouillet would not make any deal that did not have the authorization from the zone commanders. Is that correct?
Ja, nuk kontaktet me
We had also previously contacts with Adem Demaci, and when the first draft was proposed, or when we were given a copy of it, so the draft in Rambouillet, this was not suitable at all, and we discussed the matter.
It was not suitable to Adem Demaci and the zone commanders, correct?
I can say that's correct.
Document, which is 1D00049, please. What I'm putting on the screen, Mr. Salimi, is a newspaper article from the 23rd of February, 1999, that discusses a meeting that Adem Demaci held with you on or around that date. And you will recall that Albin Kurti was Adem Demaci's spokesperson at the time. And he held a press conference immediately after your meeting with Adem Demaci. And if we can zoom in on the first column, please. Here's what Albin Kurti reported in a press conference about your meeting with Adem Demaci. And it starts, quote, "No political decision can be taken without the consent and approval of the KLA General Political Representative Adem Demaci," said Albin Kurti today when speaking about the results of last night's meeting of Adem Demaci with the KLA General Commander Suleiman Salimi and its general headquarters, and said that Demaci has taken over the competence for political leadership of the Kosovo Liberation Army. Mr. Adem Demaci has been given full authority and competence for the political leadership of the Kosovo Liberation Army, he said. Albin Kurti said in today's press conference that Adem Demaci has urgently traveled to Ljubljana today to have important meetings with high-level representatives of international diplomacy and politics. The goal of these meetings is to find a meaningful and just solution to the Kosovo issue in line with the KLA's fundamental principles and its liberation war. So in line with the will of the people of Kosovo for the freedom and independence of the Republic of Kosovo, said Kurti. The KLA has not been created and does not exist to go to Rambouillet to be disarmed there. No disarming or transforming whatsoever of the Kosovo Liberation Army will be taken into consideration, pointed out Kurti, and added that the KLA is a guarantee of the security of the Albanian people in Kosovo and of victory, and that Albanians in Kosovo do not feel safe without the Kosovo Liberation Army. Now, first, do you recall that you had a meeting on or about the 22nd of February, 1999, shortly after your appointment as the overall commander, with Adem Demaci?
No, I don't recall it. I met with Mr. Demaci on several occasions, but I do not know the exact time when.
Okay. Do you recall having a meeting with Mr. Demaci? You said you recall having several meetings with him. Do you recall having a meeting with Mr. Demaci where Mr. Demaci was given the competence for the political leadership of the Kosovo Liberation Army?
I do not know about his competence, but I had several meetings with Mr. Demaci, discussions. We discussed the matter related to Rambouillet. I think we also had a phone conversation when he was in Ljubljana.
With Mr. Demaci, was it again reiterated that the zone commanders opposed a deal that did not include independence for Kosovo?
This is what it reads, but I do not know to what extent is this accurate.
Confirmed that that was the position of the zone commanders, right? At least initially, was that you did not want to strike a deal in Rambouillet that did not include independence for Kosovo, correct?
That's correct. I remember that Mr. Demaci attended meetings with the zone commanders. As far as I'm concerned, I had several meetings with Mr. Demaci who opposed the signing of the agreement in Rambouillet. I'm referring to the first draft of the agreement.
The signing of the first draft of the agreement?
I don't know. The draft contained a provision that the Serb forces would not leave the territory, would not withdraw, we would have to disarm. So that meant for the KLA to lay down weapons and for the Serb forces to continue to stay in Kosovo.
If we could have on the screen, please, exhibit P645, please, starting at page 672 of the document. Actually, if we could start at 671, please. This is a meeting, these notes purport to be of a meeting on the 26th of February of the General Staff in Divjak. Now, do you recall whether you would have been present at such a meeting of the General Staff?
I don't know, I don't recall it.
A meeting in Divjak where the assessment of the Rambouillet Conference was discussed, and a discussion of the formation of the provisional government of Kosovo?
I think so, yes.
If we could turn the page, please. Now, the first speaker there is identified as Regia. Could you tell us who you believe would be Regia.
Recep Selimi.
Regia is Recep Selimi.
And if we go to Sokol Bashota's comments, he's at this meeting and he says, "I hope and I wish that this coup has not been planned by UDB. The information we have is bleak." Now, do you recall being present at a meeting where Sokol Bashota alleged that a coup had taken place and that he hoped that it had not been planned by UDB?
Në takim ku funksionon këtë shprehje ose këtë mendim nuk e kam dëgjuar as.
I never heard this expression or this opinion in the meeting I attended. Perhaps it's another meeting, or it has been described differently.
A question on a different topic. Why was Commander Drini replaced as commander of the Pashtuk Zone?
I don't know. I think he was promoted to the general staff and given further assignments and duties.
The overall commander of the KLA at the time he was promoted, is that correct?
I think so. I remember in a meeting where Bislim Zirapi, Fatmir Lima, Recep Selimi were present as members of the general staff. Commander Drini was present, and some other people whom I don't remember.
Would you have been the one to sign off on his promotion?
I don't know. I believe so, but I am not certain whether I took this decision or signed it off. I attended the meetings and then I would come back to Drenica. I don't know if this was a decision I made or signed it.
Do you recall whether Commander Drini voted for you as the overall commander, or did he oppose your appointment? Did he vote for someone else?
I don't recall, but they were all in favor in the end. There were discussions during this meeting.
When you say this meeting, you're talking about the 13th of February meeting?
I'm referring to the moment I was elected as the overall commander of the KLA.
President, I'm going to turn to a new topic, so this is a good time to break.
All right, witness, we will break for lunch now. We will break from 1 until 2:30. We'll be back in court after that time. Thank you. You may leave the courtroom now.
Mr. President, for planning purposes, I will be finished today after the lunch break. Today, yeah.
All right. All rise.
Be seated, please.
Mr. President, on the question of the interview of Mr. Cheku, we will tender the entire interview.
I believe that is, just a second.
I have it if you need it. Yeah.
So the entire document will be in place, replacing the partial
Yes.
entries.
Yes. So currently, it's admitted Exhibit 1D00243, and now we're putting in the whole range, which is DHT 04009 to DHT 04017. And in the Albanian, it's SPOE 000-53060 to 000-53071.
For the record, that is admitted in its entirety and will be numbered accordingly with the previous entry.
Yes, Your Honors, the ranges specified will be assigned the Exhibit 1D243.
Thank you very much. Please bring the witness in. Good afternoon, Mr. Salimi. We will continue now with the questioning from the Thaçi defense. Go ahead, Mr. Misetich.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Salimi.
Good afternoon.
Pick up with a new topic. When you became the overall commander of the KLA, what was your relationship like with the head of the military court, Mr. Sokol de Bruna?
Zotun de Bruna się komunikuje.
I have never known Mr. de Bruna.
So I will put to you that we have a document in evidence which is P01175, and it's a decision from the 19th of November 1998 that appointed Mr. de Bruna to be Chief of Judicial Services in the Cabinet of the Commander of the KLA General Staff. Now, is it your testimony that after you became the overall commander of the KLA, you never met Mr. de Bruna?
I do not remember ever meeting Mr. de Bruna.
At the time that there was a KLA military court that had been established.
There was a general staff communique to that effect, if I remember correctly.
Did you know to whom, or did you know, even if you didn't meet him, did you know who was running that military court?
Jo nuk e
No, I don't know. I had heard its name, as you mentioned earlier, but I've never met him.
Well, let me follow up on that answer. You had heard the name of Sokol de Bruna, is that what you're saying?
pa.
Yes. I had heard that via the communique of the General Staff.
You were aware that there was a person named Sokol de Bruna who was operating the military court.
Po kisha ndëgju për të.
Yes, I had heard about him.
Did you know, as the overall commander of the KLA, to whom Mr. de Bruna was reporting?
Unë në këtë periudhë as
During this period of time, I stayed behind in Drenica and carried out the General Staff tasks at Berisha, after which I returned to Drenica and did not involve myself any further with organizational issues of the General Staff.
Between the time when you were appointed the overall commander, so roughly 13 February 1999, until you left that position, which would be what, sometime around the beginning of April 1999?
Pas Rambouillet's, do të thënë.
After Rambouillet, upon the return of the delegation from Rambouillet on the occasion that I met them.
So are we talking about end of March? When did you stop being the overall commander?
Nuk e di datën saktë.
I can't recall the exact date, but it was after the return of the delegation from Rambouillet, which coincides with the bombardment the first, second or third day afterwards. The bombing started on the 24th of March, so this would have been 2 days later or maybe a day later.
So between that time, so between the 13th of February and the beginning of the NATO bombing, where were you physically located?
Në Drenis.
Në Abri, at Abri in Drenica.
And you have no knowledge in that 6-week time period of who was overseeing the work of the military court. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes, correct.
Now, let's talk about your appointment to the National Guard. You've told investigators that you were appointed as head of the National Guard by decision of the Provisional Government of Kosovo, correct?
Po saktë.
That's correct.
You say you told the SPO last week. Let me correct that. Did you ever receive a written decision appointing you as head of the National Guard?
Jo.
No.
Jo.
No.
If we could have on the screen, please, Exhibit P-113. How did you learn that you had been appointed to this position?
I was in Berish on my way to Drenica when my name and Checo's stew were made public via the media and Albanian television.
Now, were you shown, if I can, I think we have the right page, Albanian should be, yeah. Were you shown this document in your preparation session?
Yeah.
No.
Seeing the part about the biography of Suleiman Salimi and asking if the facts in the biography were accurate?
Yes, the biography was correct.
The portion above the biography, had you seen that before?
Yeah.
No.
Now, in your preparation session with the prosecution last week, at paragraph 91 of preparation note 2, you said that you never reported to the provisional government during your time as general commander. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, did you ever receive an order from Mr. Thaçi?
I don't recall to have ever received any order from Mr. Thaçi.
Now I'm talking about the time period of March 1998 to September of 1999. Did you ever receive an order from Mr. Thaçi?
Yes, yeah.
No, never.
Now, this National Guard, I'd like to show you P2028, please. English, page 3, and in the same PDF, page 7 in the Albanian. This is your interview to the SPRK in 2011. And if we go to answer to 14. In the second paragraph, you say, in response to a question, Cheku was appointed Chief of Staff of the HQ, and I was appointed as Commander of the National Guard, meaning an elite corps within the Army of the Provisional Government, whose task was also to appear in ceremonies, celebrations, and so on. However, because of the short period of time, we could not establish this corps. Is that accurate, that you never were able to establish a National Guard?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, I note that in preparation note 2, at paragraph 20, you say something very similar, but that last sentence is not included. And in paragraph 20, you say, from June to September 1999, the National Guard only had a ceremonial role dealing with ceremonial events or escorting high-level personalities. But the sentence from 2011 is omitted, which is that, however, because of the short period of time, we could not establish this corps. Should that be read into paragraph 20?
it was not possible to form the Guard during the war. The war finished, and that is the context within which I said that we started carrying out the tasks as set out here.
The question is, you say in 2011 that you could not establish the Corps. So the question is, was it established and doing ceremonial roles, or was it supposed to do ceremonial roles but was never established?
Ja, transformujemy SIPER.
The whole of the KLA was in the process of being transformed. So that is what we dealt with. At that time, this coincided with negotiations with the K4 Commander, General Jackson, and Commander Wesley Clark. This unit remained unformed. The conversation was about the role that the KLA would assume after transformation, and within it, the Guard itself.
Yes, but just to clarify, and I understand there may have been a translation issue or interpretation issue, so let me repeat the question. Is it, are we to understand your testimony to be that the National Guard was supposed to have a ceremonial role but was never formed, or that the National Guard was formed and had only a ceremonial role?
It never assumed its powers after the war. It was in the process of being formed. I started organizing the Guard alongside some other people. However, we were not able to complete it because we were unaware what kind of structure it would be under. So it was all dependent on under the auspices the National Guard would be operating under. So what we see here is some of the tasks that a Kosovo National Guard would be able to carry out. It had not been formed, it had not been completed. It existed in part, and it was in the process of being transformed. We dealt mostly with ceremonial tasks or protecting personalities.
So ceremonial duties, were they during the war or after the war?
After the war. During the war, it hadn't even been formed.
What after the war means in this context.
What does after the war mean?
After the arrival of NATO forces.
12th of June?
Yes, after the 12th of June.
Let me ask you a follow-up question to that. First, when did you leave Kosovo for Albania?
The first time I did that was in 1997, when I went with some other people. The second time, it was shortly before the end of the war, after being appointed National Guard commander. we had worked out the logo of what it should look like, as well as some operational parameters. So it's, I think it was about 2 weeks before the end of the war when, in the company of a whole group, we went in order to get uniforms and the appropriate weaponry for the Kosovo Guard.
Now, so you would have left the second time sometime in April of 1999. Is that correct?
After being appointed guard commander, and Agim Cheko became chief of staff, so it was about 2 or 3 weeks after that. I can't recall exactly. But I know that I was in Albania when the war ended, and I returned the day after.
So you returned around the 11th or 12th of June?
If I remember correctly, it was the 12th, 13th or 14th of June.
Ask you some questions about the situation you found yourself in June of '99. If we could please have SITF 000-16024 to SITF 000-16042 at page 1, please. Now, this is a document from the Prosecution Office of the Republic of Albania, dated 28 July 1999. And if you look in the third paragraph below ascertained, it says on 3 June 1999 at approximately 1400 hours on the road Tirana-Dait at a road bend approximately 300 meters away from Hotel Linza, the vehicle with plate numbers GHO 126, driven by the Kosovan citizen Suleiman Edrizi, traveling in the direction Dait-Tirana, went out of the road, causing injuries to the 3 persons who were in this vehicle. If we scroll down, it says, based on the forensic medicine expertise, it results that the injuries caused to Suleiman Salimi fall into the category of injuries causing 9 days of temporary incapacity. These injuries, too, were caused by a strong and sharp item. Furthermore, based on the forensic medicine expertise, the injuries caused to Zabit Yetsi fall into the category of serious and dangerous injuries at the moment when the damage was caused. Do you recall that on the 3rd of June you were in a car accident in Albania causing serious injuries?
Yes, I know that after I went to Tirana, I met Adem Grabovci and some other people a day later, and we were inquiring about the logo and uniforms for the guard, and I was told that you have to go to Dait to get some of them. I did not know where Dait was, so they gave me a car Ferit Berisha and Samit Getty were there, and they were there in order to show me where this destination was. We had an accident on the way back. It was a suspicious event because the car itself was damaged as a result of it.
Temporarily incapacitated for 9 days after the 3rd of June, 1999.
Ja, no kust on
No. On that day, I was taken to hospital. I stayed there 1 day or 2, after which I left the hospital.
Okay. I had one question about Sabit Getzi. Was he considered to be someone who was part of the Prekaz group?
Ja, Sabit Getzi.
No. In the beginning, he was not a member of the Prekaz group. The Prekaz group was discreet. Members from other areas might have supported it, but the Prekaz group was discreet, as I mentioned earlier.
Worked with Adam Yashari.
I assume so, yes.
Know if, as a result of Sabit Getzi's connection to Adam Yashari, he enjoyed a certain prestige within the KLA?
Common see for Nokadi.
It is likely, but I don't know.
Now, you discussed the transformation. You started speaking about it. The National Guard was not included or listed as one of the entities to be transformed. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Us were appointed as second in command of the Kosovo Protection Corps. Is that right?
Yes, I was deputy commander of the Kosovo Protection Corps until the transformation of the KLA into the KPC.
Well, you were in deputy commander even after the establishment of the KPC, isn't that right?
I was deputy commander until I became appointed commander of the Kosovo Protection Corps within the Kosovo Security Force. Agim Cheko was the commander, and I was the deputy of the Kosovo Protection Corps. When he joined the government, I became the first commander of the Kosovo Security Forces after the transformation of the KLA into the TMK, and I had the rank of colonel.
In
Lieutenant Colonel?
2026 at page 57 of the PDF. This is again your statement, and I just want you to clarify something because it's a little unclear in the English. I think it's clearer in the Albanian. It says, you're asked, how did you get the position as second in command of KPC? And you say, this happened that Cheku became the commander, and becoming second in command was decided in the council when the transformations were taking place under and with his approval, the other group's approval, and the K4 commanders. Now, I understand in the Albanian, what it says is that your appointment as second in command was decided based on consultations between, at the time when there was a French administrator, Kouchner, meaning that with his decision and a decision of, or in consultation internally with their command and the KFOR commander, you were appointed second in command. Is that what happened?
This is correct. When I was appointed, UNMIK was in place. And we, myself and Mr. Sheikh, were appointed by the UNMIK administration in place at the time.
No role or say in your appointment as second in command of the KPC, is that correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
Now, turning to a different topic, in paragraph 93 of preparation note 2, you said that there were occasions when orders were issued by another person on your behalf. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, also in preparation note 2, at paragraph 15, I'll read it to you what it says. It says, before the formation of the brigades, there would be issues at checkpoints where people would address themselves by nicknames, and there would be confusion on whether to arrest them. You remember there being one such discussion among commanders about these three persons, meaning Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Vaseli, and Recep Salimi, but it resolved itself within a day and no order, meaning order for their arrest, of this kind was issued. Do you remember telling that to the SPO last week?
Yes, that's correct.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I understand in that paragraph you to be saying that you do recall there was a discussion about among the commanders of the Drenica zone about arresting Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Vaseli, and Recep Salimi, but it resolved itself within a day and no order for arrest was issued. Is that correct?
There was an internal discussion between the point or brigade commanders at the time with respect to a number of issues, and I remember that we had animated discussions about this, but there, as far as I remember, no arrest order was issued against them.
This meeting just a little bit and ask you to confirm the names of who I understand were present in this meeting. You were present?
I think I was, and also others. I'm not sure. I think he was. I think he was. I think he was. I am not certain. I don't know. I don't think so.
Asim Kichina?
I don't know if he was present or not. I don't think he was, though.
Demaku?
Yahir might have been present because he was in charge of the point or the brigade at the time.
Dokan?
Yes, I think he was. I don't know. Gani was present, yes.
Now, as I understand it, the accusations that were being made against Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Vaseli, and Recep Salimi were that they had not provided weapons to Adam Yashari, but instead they provided them to others, and this allegedly led to the death of Adam Yashari. Is that correct? That was what the discussion was about.
Yeah, sir. Yeah.
No, that is not true. The discussion was about the detention of KLA members in Drenica and the refusal to supply weapons in Albania, not in relation to this matter. On numerous occasions, members of the Drenica operational zone were stopped and prevented from moving further because they did not have the proper authorization and were not supplied with weapons in Albania.
Well, let me show you a document. This is DHT 04399 to DHT 04400 in the English, and SITF 00263239 to 00263325 at page SITF 0026391. Now, I understand from your last answer that the issue was related to weapons and they were being accused of blocking the provision of weapons to the Drenica zone. Is that correct?
All the consultations were with the purpose of organizing ourselves and not being blocked, stopped. Many members could get weapon supplies, but some members from the Drenica operational zone were required to present a permit to move, although they had one from me. So this was a clarification amongst the three of us.
The wrong page number. It's 3291 in the Albanian. That was the right document, just the wrong page. Yeah. What I have here is an excerpt from the book of Gani Getzi. And if you look at the paragraph that begins on the same day, which is the 5th paragraph from the top in the Albanian, he writes in his book, "On the same day, I saw Mehdi with 2 people. No one else approached him. You saw the difference. They had prepared the ground for isolation. Then things went as they went. We always defended ourselves in Laush. We had little weaponry. It had been stopped, just like in Prekaz. Sami Lushtaku asked for weapons. They did not give them to him. Sami Lushtaku, Suleiman Salimi, Avni Haja, and another group, who were part of Jetula Getzi's headquarters, signed the arrest warrant for Hashim Thaçi and Recep Salimi. Quote, if they are caught in the areas of Drenica, bring them to the headquarters in Likots, due to the supply division of weapons, due to the embezzlement of weapons. The weapons remained in the plain of Dukajin. All the fighters of Drenica who went to withdraw weapons of the 3 automatic rifles that belonged to them, they only came with 1 rifle and 2 magazines. The others stopped there." Now, is that consistent with what you're saying as to the reason that there was a discussion about arresting Hashim Thaçi, Recep Salimi, and Jakub Krasniqi? I'm sorry, Kadri Veseli, Recep Salimi, and Hashim Thaçi.
This description is erroneous, wrong. It is his description. I explained it to you that this was the conversation joint conversation with the commanders of the points or brigades at the time. On the next day or on the same day in the evening, we met in the presence of Hashim's brother Ghani. So I think we all met, including with Sami and others, and clarified this issue.
Ghani Getzi said, and have you explained whether it's true or not. So there's one other portion I wish to put to you that Ghani Getzi has said in a statement, and I'll just read it to you. He says, when Sami Lushtaku came from Germany, an arrest warrant for Hashim Thaçi and Recep Salimi was made public. The reason being that there were no weapons and ammunitions sent to Adam Yashari and to Drenica. I have written it somewhere in my book, but I don't know exactly where that is. So an arrest warrant was drafted, and that was prepared. So that was signed by Suleiman Salimi, Sami Lushtaku, Bashkim Yashari. Abedin Reja, I think initially, he signed that arrest warrant, but later on I think he withdrew it. Avni Hoja signed the arrest warrant as well. That is what I heard from Avni Hoja and Suleiman Salimi. Then he's asked the question, do I understand you correctly that you understood this to be a reaction to the understanding that Hashim Thaçi and Recep Salimi were not providing weapons to Adam Yashari, but to others? And he says, yes, this is the reason why, okay? This is the reason why an arrest warrant was drafted after the murder of Commander Adam Yashari. But later on, that arrest warrant was withdrawn, and it wasn't withdrawn by me, but by those people who drafted it. Now I'm giving you an opportunity to comment on what Ghani Getzi says there.
This is entirely wrong. It is not true. I told you the truth.
A document, which is DHT 01458 to DHT 01458. Now, you were shown this document in your preparation session with the prosecution. This is a document that is consistent with your testimony that there was a discussion about arresting those three individuals, correct?
Objection misstates the evidence.
Overruled. Go ahead.
This order was not issued, it's not signed, so this could have been prepared by anyone. As I said earlier, these problems were discussed. We shortly met then all of us together and clarified this point.
Pointed out, and as the prosecutor pointed out to you, you have said that there were occasions when orders were issued by another person on your behalf, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Have complete knowledge of what, for example, Sami Lushtaku may have drafted.
No, I cannot necessarily know, but I know that we met shortly after, very quickly.
All that I put to you earlier today, the portion of the notes of the meetings on the 6th of February and the 13th of February 1999, where Sami Lushtaku had no problem being critical of these three individuals in your presence and in the presence of Recep Salimi. And my suggestion to you is that Sami Lushtaku, for example, was not in any way inhibited in expressing his feelings towards these three men because you have a family relation to Recep Salimi. That's right, isn't it?
That's right. And nor did I have a problem expressing direct criticism to them. But yes, that's correct.
Now, it's correct that this incident demonstrates that the command of the Drenica zone believed it had the authority to arrest these three gentlemen if they decided they needed to be arrested. That's right, isn't it?
Not only against these three persons in particular or anyone else, but the zone commander had full responsibility and authority to take action, and the zone commander took responsibility for this with the brigade commanders at this time. Now, whether the operational zone commander was could be influenced or not is another matter. However, the zone commander had the authority. I'm referring to our zone, the Drenica zone.
The zone commander of the Drenica zone had the authority to arrest these three members of the general staff. That's what this document shows, doesn't it?
This document reads that, but it's not signed, and I'm not aware that it was implemented because I met Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Salimi on the next day or on that very day, I'm not sure. We met and we clarified this problem.
My question. The incident itself, regardless of whether you accept this document or not, but the fact that there was even a discussion.
It's clear. It's clear to me.
There was even a discussion suggests that you believe the Drenica zone commander had the authority to arrest these three members of the general staff. That's right, isn't it?
I had the authority for the Drenica operational zone.
Documented evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, there is nothing in that exchange that establishes the prima facie authenticity of this item. The witness has never said that he'd seen this before, and that he keeps saying that it's not signed. There's no indication as to where it came from, and this witness is only able to recall a story that diverges sharply from the events as stated on this piece of paper.
Mr. President, first of all, that's argument. Second of all, the document is consistent with the fact that the witness has said that there was a discussion about arresting these three individuals. It's on its face a contemporaneous document from around this exact same time period. And if we're going to talk about connective tissue, this document clearly corroborates to the extent that it's even talking about the same three individuals.
Where did this document come from?
We obtained the document from someone in the, I'd have to look for his exact title, but someone in the KLA in an investigation.
We'll mark this MFI for now.
Jonas, that will be marked 1D247 MFI.
If I may just add an argument to that, this is a document found no different than any other document that's been found in houses across Kosovo and tendered in this case and admitted.
And on that, we'd ask your honors to compare it to the admitted exhibits from this zone.
Go ahead. It's been marked.
Thank you. Now, it's correct, is it not, that the discussion about issuing this arrest order ultimately was never enforced because there was a fear that issuing this order would lead to bloodshed?
Yes, sir,
No, that's not true.
Wasn't the order issued?
Because very shortly after this, we met and clarified the issue. And to my knowledge, the discussion was not about their arrest, but their detention, to detain them and clarify the situation. They had pseudonyms which were not entirely clear to us. They were referred by their pseudonyms, the three of them, Mr. Thaçi, Mr. Selimi, and Mr. Thaçi. For what I know at the time, the idea was to seek clarifications with Mr. Selimi and Mr. Thaçi. I don't think Mr. Veseli was part of this at the time. Documents were shown to me by the prosecution and you, and I don't think this document came from the Drenica operational zone.
Witness, let me turn to another topic before the break. On the issue of communiques, you've said in P2027 at page 2058 that you were not aware of the purpose behind communiques issued by the KLA. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I take it that means that you were never personally involved in the drafting or issuance of a communique?
Never in the general staff.
And if we could, when you say never in the general staff, what does that mean?
Never involved in communiques of the general staff, issued on behalf of the general staff. I was never involved or aware of any.
078552-01-TR revised-ET at page 1, and the same in the Albanian. This is a transcript of your appearance at a talk show in Kosovo. And if we look at the 27-second entry, you're reported as saying, "I never knew who wrote the communiques. I do not know even today." Is that correct? Is that still correct?
Yes, that's correct.
During the war, you say during the war, even before, there were also communiques before the war started. So as I understand what you said on this talk show, you don't know anything about who wrote communiques, whether they were written before or during the war. Is that correct?
Correct.
You also, therefore, do not know who wrote Communique 59 regarding Abedin Reja and Gani Getzi?
I don't. Correct.
Mr. President, I tender this one page into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection. I believe the item is only 2 pages. I don't see why it can't just be
That's fine.
admitted.
That's fine.
How many pages are you offering?
I was offering one, but I wasn't aware it was only 2 pages, so that's fine with me too.
Zero 78552-01-TR revised ET, pages 1 and 2 will be admitted.
Your Honor, that will be assigned Exhibit 1D248. And can I ask for the classification of this and also for the one that was MFI earlier?
This one can be public. It's from a public interview, and the other document also, as far as we're concerned, can be public.
Reclassify it as a public.
Thank you. Sorry. What is it? If we could have P1745, please. The Albanian version is SPOE 003-60459 to 003-60498 at page SPOE 003-60474. Now, witness, I'd ask you to look at, if we could scroll down towards the bottom. If you could look through that quickly, and we'll also turn the page and let us know if you see anything there related to the topic of communiques. And in English, it should be 6D000771 is the page. One more page, yeah. We can turn the page. Just to the black bullet point is sufficient. Actually, sorry, if you could continue on to the
Your Honors, it might help if counsel reads in English the portion that he's going to ask a question about.
Your Honor, there's actually nothing to read. I'm going to end before the break. I'd just like him to confirm that there is no discussion about communiques in this, and it's simply for the
Could you
fact
just tell us where in the document, the English document you're reading?
the entire page, and I'll just proffer that paragraph 20 of the SPO pretrial brief, footnote 87, cites these two pages for a proposition concerning communiques. And I'd just like the witness to confirm that there is no discussion of communiques in these excerpts. Am I correct that there's no discussion of communiques in these pages that you've read?
That's correct. In these two pages, there's no mention of it.
Mr. President, I note the time, and I need about 15 minutes, I think.
We'll take a 10-minute break, witness, as we have in the past. You may leave the courtroom. Do not speak with anyone about your testimony. We're adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise. Be seated. Please bring the witness in. MFI 1D 247 will be admitted. The MFI will be removed. It will be updated, Your Honors.
All right, Mr. Misitich, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Salimi, I have just the final set of questions for you, and they relate to questions that were put to you by the prosecutor at the end of his examination about the criminal proceedings against you in Kosovo. And if I could turn to 056965, please. and it's 057003 in the Albanian. Sorry, I'll give you the right range. It's 056953 to 057028. And the page in English is 056965. And the Albanian version's in the same document, the same PDF, which is at page 057003. Mr. Salimi, this is the indictment that was filed against you, and I just want to look under subsection 1. What the prosecutor charged you with there, amongst other things, is that in your capacity as a KLA member, you were a person exercising control over the Likovac detention center. Do you recall that that was what one of the charges was against you?
This was a criminal case whose ending is clear. Yes, these were the charges that I see in front of me.
Now, is it correct that the Likovac detention center was guarded by the military police or run by the military police?
There was military police in Likovac, and it was the military police which also protected the headquarters of the operational zone.
But it was the military police that also guarded the detention center. Is that your understanding?
I said it then and I say it now that there was no detention center. However, I was found guilty over this issue and sentenced accordingly.
Is it correct that your position is that you were not in command of the military police?
Yes, Sahit Yashari was the commander of military police.
And your position with respect to these charges, at least, is that Mr. Yashadi then reported to the military police administration in the general staff. That's right, isn't it?
Just to clarify the time frame in which that is happening.
I'm asking him for his position.
After you get that answer, find out
Yep.
the time frame, please.
Was it your position that the command of the military police went to the military police administration and not to you as the zone commander?
I was a zone commander. Sahit Yashari was the commander of military police.
Was Sahit Yashari commander of the military police? From when to when?
Me formimin e brigadave,
When the brigades started being formed, so did military police in the Drenis operational zone, and Sahit Yashari stayed throughout the period that I was commander of the Drenica operational zone, stayed on as commander of military police, that is.
At least mid-February of 1999.
besøkje på
I believe so, or earlier.
So, as I understand what you told the prosecution in paragraph 17 of preparation note 1, and I'll read it out to you, you say, the general staff appointed a director of the military police, and the idea was that the military police of each of the operational zones would report to this one person and not to the commander of the zone. Was that your testimony?
And, Your Honor, we'd ask if the second sentence of that paragraph also be read for context.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You can do that on redirect if necessary.
Po është komandanti I
Yes, the commander of military police reported before the zone commander. However, the general staff issued an order to the effect that the military police should report otherwise, and this was an order that was issued by Fatmir Limay.
What I'm suggesting to you is that position that you've taken explains your defense as to the fact that you did not exercise control over any detention facility if it existed, correct?
mos më përsërit edhe herë se kuptova kjo.
Can you kindly repeat the question as I did not understand it, please?
We're charged with exercising control over a detention center which allegedly existed at Likovats. And what I'm saying to you is your position is that you could not have exercised such control because the military police, according to your testimony, were under the command of Fatmir Limay and not you. Is that right?
Ja. Unë edhe në seancën gjyqësore
No, even at the hearing, at the trial, during the trial, I did not accept that, even though I was found guilty. As far as the military police is concerned, it was under my command and the command of the Drenica operational zone. An order arrived later about the reorganization, the training of military police, so that it should report directly to the Directorate of Military Police at the General Headquarters, and that was issued by Fatmir Limay.
On the screen, the sentence underneath subsection 1 says that the allegations against you related to the time period of spring 1998 until the first months of 1999. Now, after the reorganization, which I believe took place in November of 1998, what is your testimony as to who was commanding the military police between November 1998 and the first months of 1999 in Likovats?
Tash komandant ka qenë
Sahid Yashari was the commander and he reported to me as the zone commander, and he served under my orders.
I don't understand your testimony at paragraph 17 of preparation note 1. If Mr. Yashadi, even into the first months of 1999, was reporting to you, then could you please explain this sentence? Let me just finish. This sentence that says the idea was that the military police of each of the operational zones would report to this one person and not to the commander of the zone. This person was Fatmir Limai.
I do not know what month this order arrived. It was an order on behalf of Mr. Limai to the effect that the military police across all zones should be under his command and report to him.
I apologize, I'm very confused now as to what your position is. So if the military police directorate was established, let's say, around November of 1998, and we're talking about the period between November of 1998 and the first months of 1999, between that time period, I understood you to answer my question first by saying that the military police and Mr. Yashadi were under your command. So were they under your command or were they under Fatmir Limai's command?
Let me clarify it one more time. I do not know the exact month, but during this period, Said Yashari, as commander of the military police, served under my command. I do not know the exact time of the order issued by Mr. Limai, which expressly stated that police across all zones should report in a hierarchical manner to Mr. Limai, but I do not know the exact time when this order was issued and how much it was implementable on account of the circumstances of the time. But yes, it did exist.
Did there come a time when the military police in your zone stopped reporting to you?
No. But I also believe that they reported directly to Mr. Limai too. However, I do not have an example to cite here.
Commander of the operational zone until mid-February of 1999. Are you saying that Mr. Limai's order was issued before or after you became the overall commander of the KLA?
Before, whilst I was zone commander.
You believe he issued the order, but as I understand your testimony now, nevertheless, Mr. Yashadi continued to report to you until you became the overall commander of the KLA?
Mr. Yashari continued reporting to me throughout the time that I was zone commander and served under my orders.
It was my cross-examination. Thank you, Mr. Salimi.
Thank you. Mr. Dixon?
Thank you, Your Honours. Sorry, thank you, Your Honours. Good afternoon, Mr. Salimi. My name is Rodney Dixon. I'm going to ask some questions for the rest of today, for a short time, and then tomorrow as well on behalf of my client, Mr. Kadri Vasili. I want to start, Mr. Salimi, with evidence that you gave yesterday regarding Mr. Rasim Kachina. You were asked by the SPO about him, and this is at page 77 of the provisional transcript from yesterday. You said he was in the intelligence and counterintelligence, and then he was a member of Brigade 111. And you said that you were the one who appointed him into this position. You were then asked, was he a high-ranking officer? And you said he was my friend, and he had a position of an officer in the zone. Do you remember giving that evidence yesterday?
Oh, no, sir.
Yes, it's correct.
I also asked about whether he was part of Mr. Sabit Getsy's unit that you discussed in your statement, and you said no, Rasim Chekina was never a member of that. Rasim Chekina, I appointed him at a later moment in the operational zone in Drenica. Do you remember continuing in that way?
Well,
Yes.
Then just so we have all your evidence so far on this point, and then I'll ask you some questions about this appointment. You said in your preparation note, and this is at page 13 for those following, it's not in Albanian, we've had this discussion before, so I'm just going to have to read it out to you and see if you recall it. You said that he was a martyr killed shortly before the end of the war. You appointed him to your intelligence position, or his intelligence position. Kachina was not part of Sabit Getsy's group, was mainly in the 111th Brigade, and participated in much fighting. Kachina was a high-ranking officer and part of a team with Jamal Shakiri, Shaban Draga, and Jamal Betja. So it was Kemal Shakiri was the first name. I mispronounced it. Do you remember saying that to the SPO, and is that correct?
It is correct, with the exception that I did not say that Mr. Kachina was a career officer, but that he worked with career officials. I'm not sure that he was a career officer himself, but he was one of the most successful officers in the Drenica zone. However, he had not been a professional soldier. Mr. Shachiri, Mr. Draga, and the others had been, though. There is a third one whose name escapes me at the moment, but there were 3 career officers in my zone. But what I stated there is correct, and I only wanted to offer this clarification.
Thank you. It's right, isn't it, that Mr. Kachina had been in Kosovo the entire time before the war started. He hadn't been abroad. He was living there, and that he then joined the KLA while living there.
That's correct, yes.
And as you've said, he wasn't a person with a professional military background. It's correct as well that he had no training in intelligence or counterintelligence at the time when you appointed him.
Yes, with the exception of those 3 career officers, no single member had any military training whatsoever. Mr. Kachina included.
Yes, and he had no specific training, just to be clear, in intelligence. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah.
Correct.
You appointed him because, as you've said, he was a friend of yours. So you knew him well, is that right? And you trusted him?
That's correct.
And this appointment, it wasn't one that was made by anyone in the general staff. It was made by you. That's right, isn't it?
That's correct.
Mr. Kadri Vasili was not involved in this decision to appoint Mr. Kachina, was he?
Yeah.
He wasn't.
I'd just like to clarify with you, if you can recall, I know it's some time ago and you've had to look back, whether you can recall when it was that you appointed him into this position at the zone level.
I can't recall.
Perhaps I can try and reconstruct the time period with you. You were asked some questions early on today about the restructuring period of the KLA in November 1998. Do you remember being asked about that period?
Yes.
When Mr. Bislam Sairapi and others got involved in reorganizing the very basic structures that existed in the KLA. Is that how you recall it?
Yes.
That was in November 1998. Do you recall that it would have been around that period when you were appointing persons to be in your zone structure, intelligence, other positions in the zone structure?
It is possible that this is correct. As I said, I do not know exactly, but I believe it is this period of time.
And before Mr. Kachina took up his position that you appointed him into, there was no intelligence structure in the zone that was reporting to you. That's right, isn't it?
Correct.
And it's correct that once Mr. Kachina was appointed, he was reporting directly to you as his own commander.
That's correct.
And did he have anyone who was assisting him, or was it only him in the zone on intelligence?
I can't recall anyone else except Mr. Kachina.
And what about in the brigades that were forming to some extent at that stage? Was there anyone in those brigades, you'd mentioned the 111th Brigade, or not, who was working on intelligence?
No, I don't recall that there was any intelligence and counterintelligence officers at the brigade level.
Now, it's correct, you've said that Mr. Kachina was involved in much fighting. This was in the months of May, June, July, August, September. Is that roughly the period we're talking about?
Yes. Mr. Kachina was an extraordinary fighter.
Yes, you've referred early on in your evidence to him being involved right from the outset in fighting. This is in 1998. I just wanted to clarify for the record, and that was all mainly in the 100th and 11th Brigade. Is that correct?
That's correct. In addition to his work within Brigade 111, he also supported and came to the aid of other brigades participating in fighting.
Yes, well, which other brigades was he crossing over into?
Mainly when there was fighting going on, he would volunteer with other members to support them, mainly Brigade 113.
And it was later, as I think you've said you think you recall, that he was then appointed into this position of intelligence around November time. But did he continue operating in the brigade and fighting while he was in the position of intelligence in the zone?
He engaged mostly in fighting combat operations and very little in his role.
When you say very little in his role, do you mean his role as intelligence at the zone level?
Yes, because his task was to get as close as possible to the enemy forces and uncover their weaponry, manpower, their positions, proximity to other positions. And he took part directly in the combat activities.
Yeah, so his role in the intelligence side, even if it was limited, is it right that he was there to collect evidence about the position of the Serb forces and their strengths, their manpower, their weaponry? Is that your evidence?
Yes, that's it.
And when he got this information, he was passing that over to you as his own commander. Is that right?
That's correct.
He wasn't passing that on to anyone else in the general staff.
He passed it on to the chief of staff, to the head of the operations, in order to take the necessary measures as per the intelligence obtained.
The chief of staff of your zone, that's Mr. Shakiri, is that right?
Yes, I'm referring to the zone chief of staff and the chief of operations.
Who was the chief of operations in the zone?
Jamal Beita.
Jamal Beita, also a career officer.
Yes, and the third person you've mentioned, Mr. Shaban Draga, what was his position in the zone?
He was in the operations as well, and was mostly involved in the training and preparation of the officers.
Yes, thank you. And Mr. Kachina, he wasn't, as far as you know, passing any of his information on directly to Mr. Kadri Vasili, was he?
Nu kommer information.
I don't have this information. I don't know.
As far as you know, he was reporting to the Chief of Staff and to you. He wasn't reporting to Mr. Vasili. That's right, isn't it?
Your Honor, he just said he doesn't have this information.
Sustained.
Yeah, I'm just asking what he knows.
And he told you he didn't know.
Well, I'm going to put to you because it's my case. My point that I'm putting to you is that Mr. Kachina was not reporting to Mr. Kadri Vasili. Is that right as far as you remember?
Objection, Foundation.
Well, it's cross-examination. It's my instructions from my client.
Yeah, and you get to ask once, and you got an answer.
I haven't got the answer to whether he was reporting or not.
You didn't get the answer you wanted, but you did get an answer.
Your Honor, I'm entitled to put what my case is. Well, can I proceed and do it in this fashion? You've said that Mr. Kachina was reporting to the Chief of Staff and to you. He wasn't reporting to anyone else higher up, as far as you know. That's right, isn't it?
Objection, asked and answered.
Answer the question. Let's go move on with this.
Zoti Kachina Kashan.
Mr. Kachina was within my command, and he reported to me in its operational zone.
Thank you. Mr. Salimi, I wanted to ask you some questions about what you recall from the period in November of 1998 and the restructuring process. Do you recall any interactions at that time as the zone commander with Mr. Zarapi about looking to upgrade the structure of the KLA and improve it so that it was operating more cohesively?
Yes, I remember.
Can you recall what the nature of those discussions were? What were you seeking to do at that time?
This was mostly about the forming of structures. For example, in my zone, I had brigades, but they did not have battalions, companies, platoons. So the idea was to reorganize and to structure the operational zone in Drenica with the support of officers in the zone.
Yes, and when you say reorganize the operational zone, what kind of changes or new steps were you putting in place?
I tried to explain this to you. The aim was to have the zone as organized as possible in terms of structure, equipment, have a functional brigade, battalion, company. So this was, and the training courses that we would be able to conduct and train officers at these levels.
And could you assist us with how far you got in that process? I understand that was the aim, but weren't there serious obstacles that were encountered to achieve that?
There was continuous fighting going on in my zone. There were difficulties, organizational difficulties. We had a lot to do, and it was never possible for me to have all the units structured and complete.
And do you recall, Mr. Salimi, that from this time on, we're talking about November 1998, for the first time at the general staff level, that directorates were starting to be established in the different areas? So directorates for information, for intelligence, given numbers like G1, G2, G3. Do you remember that beginning to happen at this time?
Yes, that is correct.
And do you recall that it was at this time that, in respect of intelligence, that Mr. Kadri Vasili was appointed into the G2 directorate to start establishing that for the first time at the general staff level?
Yes, I recall it.
Up until that time, you didn't know what Mr. Vasili's position was. Is that right?
That's right, I didn't know.
But then thereafter, towards the end of 1998, this became clearer once the directorates were starting to be established. Is that correct?
That's correct.
It's right, though, that from that period onwards, this is late 1998, after this restructuring had started, you didn't have any direct dealings with Mr. Vasili in his position as G2 head.
Correct, I didn't have any contacts. And I think I met him only on 1 or 2 occasions throughout this period of time.
Yes, and on those occasions, it wasn't to have any formal meetings with him. It was passing through. Would that be a fair assessment?
I only knew him and met with him. I never had any conversation regarding the organization or anything of that nature. I remember on one occasion I met him with other persons who had been wounded and did not have any such conversation.
Yes, thank you. I'll come on to 1999 and that period tomorrow, but just to finish looking at 1998 first. In this time, we're talking about November, December now. In your zone, what was Mr. Kachina by this time operating both in the brigade fighting, but then also as your intelligence person at the zone level?
Yes, both.
In the zone at this time, were you having regular meetings, or was that just very difficult because of the circumstances on the ground?
No, the meetings were very rare and difficult to hold. At the zone level.
So how did you manage to then communicate, or was it rare and sporadic?
You mean with Mr. Kachina or in general in the zone?
At that level, including with Mr. Kachina.
I had various difficulties, communication difficulties at the zone level because of the fighting and other difficulties. I used a radio device which was often dysfunctional, and we used physical contact.
Yes. And did you ever get any written reports from Mr. Kachina at this time, right at the end now of 1998?
From what I can remember, I received orally a lot about the movement of forces. The operational plan, however, was prepared by the career officers who were in the zone. With respect to the military and police forces movements at the time.
Yes. And you've talked here about the career officers. Were they able to deliver any training at this time, given the realities that you were facing?
We tried during a certain period of time to deliver some trainings. I don't know if this was after the September offensive or later. We tried to train and have some training courses for officers.
You say you tried. Were you able to get any done, or how far did you get?
Not for the career officers, but what I meant was career officers would deliver training courses for other officers.
Yes, I understand that they were the ones delivering the training, but how much were they realistically able to do at this time?
This was the plan. Very difficult to carry out, however, because of the fighting and the series of considerable casualties and losses we sustained as a zone.
Yes, and just finally, you've mentioned that Mr. Cecchino was killed shortly before the end of the war. Where was that, and do you remember when?
He was killed while traveling from Drenica to Pastrik. He was killed in the place called Orlat, close to the road, when he was killed by the Serb forces together with Ragib Halilay.
That was in 1999.
99, right.
And he continued in his role as both fighting in the brigade and your intelligence officer right up until that moment. Is that correct?
I think it's correct. He barely carried out these functions. He was mostly with the soldiers and participated in combat operations and stayed with the soldiers of 111th Brigade.
carried out these functions. Those functions are the intelligence functions. Is that what you're referring to?
Intelligence, counterintelligence, yes.
I see the time. If we can break there, because that would be a convenient moment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Witness, that's all for today. We'll need to see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. We'll continue with your questioning at that time. Please don't speak with anyone about your testimony outside the courtroom. And thank you for being with us today. And Mr. Cerchini, thank you also.
Thank you.
We're adjourned until 9 a.m. Wednesday.
All rise.